Okay, I think we're live. Let me double check that the chat is working. Let's see. All right, let's see if my chat is actually overlaying. It's not. My chat overlay is broken again. Okay, let me try to fix this because this gets very annoying. Oh no, it's working. I lied. There's chat. Sweet. We missed one comment already, I think, but cool. So this stream's going to be a little slow to get started today because I'm still kind of trying to mentally prepare myself here. So I'm going to go ahead and start typing up some notes, just a general idea of what we're going to do today. So let me just open a notepad. I'll get sharing it. Okay, continue. Okay, so. Okay, I'm going to share with you guys what's going on here. We'll start to go through a general idea of what is happening. So let me get another window share going. Screen capture. Whoa, not that. Window. We want to do this. Beautiful. Okay. So I'm just going to pop this left corner here. So basically, I have a rough procedure we're going to follow. The goal today is we want to get the anode cleaned inside the electron gun up there, and then we also want to get the liner tube and the liner apertures cleaned up. So that's the goal. Let me do a couple more things. Just getting ready to. Okay, just want to make sure I have access to the chat log since I set it to disappear. Okay. So, step one of this whole process, we're going to remove the anode. What is the anode, you ask? The anode, whoops, is, where did it go? This thing inside the chamber right here, anode right there. It says, so we have a tool we're going to pull the anode out with. I then have another tool that will thread onto the column liner, and we'll pull that all out. So we're going to remove the anode. We're going to remove the liner tube and unscrew both caps. This is all going to go onto foil, set on clean foil. Then we are going to metal polish all optical surfaces. Okay. And then we're going to also polish the inner tube of the liner. Okay. After that, we are going to thoroughly and vigorously, can't spell. Let me just, man, I spelled it so bad there was not even, we're just going to real good and vigorously clean, or I'll say spray with Windex. So sounds wrong, but that's what we're using Windex because it's got a lot of ammonia in it, which is good. I think that's why. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I've just been told Windex and Mr. Clean is what we want to do. And so that's what we're doing. Hey, Peter, how's it going? Okay, so we're going to spray it with Windex. After we spray it with Windex, I'm going to go ahead. I have like 4 cups ready. So we're going to take each one of these parts and put each part into its own plastic cup filled with Mr. Clean. And then we will ultrasonic clean with Mr. Clean for 10 minutes. And then without getting it dry, without drying off. Rinse extensively with DI water. And then I will have 4 more cups ready. So then after we rinse them, we'll put each part, again, without drying off. Put each part into a DI water cup. Put DI water cups back into ultrasonic for 10 minutes. And then final DI rinse and blow off with ultra high purity nitrogen. That's our procedure for today. I can make that a little bit bigger. I'm realizing that's probably pretty tiny for everybody. 1 second. Let me see if I can fix this. Well, I can at least make the window a little smaller. And then I can make screen capture a little bigger. That's better. So this is our rough procedure for today. I'll just stick that right there for the time being. So the first thing I need to do, I can't even start on yet, because if we look, my V7 light's not on. I just started pumping this down like 30 minutes ago. Sometimes it takes a second. So not even 30 minutes, like 15 minutes ago. So once this is done pumping down, we'll open the gun and we'll get started. Until then, I'm just going to kind of review documentation and procedures and make sure things still look good. So I'm going to quickly look on my laptop here, make sure I'm not missing any steps. Okay. I'm realizing I need some kind of tool to handle these parts. I have some forceps I think should be fine. So actually I'm going to add a quick step to our note here. I'm going to say 12. Well, this is just a note for me. Right here, we're going to say rinse tool as well. Wait, that should go here. Rinse handling tool as well. Okay. I think that's a decent procedure. I just heard our V7 valve open, so we're probably good to start on things. Let me move some things out of the way. Get ready here. You guys can hear me, right? Probably should have checked that first. Yeah, looks like you can. Looks good. Make sure I'm not missing any messages here. Yeah, sweet. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna put this keyboard away because I don't need it for now. Switch you guys back to the camera view. Boom, boom. All right, so there's kind of a weird thing with this SEM where the air compressor, it's good at topping off and like maintaining its pressure until it gets, there's like a weird threshold where if it starts opening a bunch of valves, it can drop below the threshold and like that's bad. SEM will shut off. I'm trying to avoid that. So weirdly, the first thing I'm going to do after I put on gloves really quick, you see, I actually prepared for this live stream instead of just randomly going live, so I got everything all nicely laid out here. Look at that. So nice. I'm actually going to change one thing on the live stream settings too really quickly because I kind of don't like how fast these messages are disappearing. Give me 1 second. I'll change that to 60 seconds. Well, first camera tip of the day. 1 second. Fix this really quick. The woes of streaming. All right, 6. Okay. All right, and we should still be getting Somebody send me a message, make sure I'm still seeing them. Maybe. Maybe. I can send one too. Say. Yes. Oh, okay, you said hey. Let me see if that's there. Shoot. I broke it. All right, that's not good. Give me a sec. Okay, it popped in. We didn't break anything. Beautiful. And now I can see messages for a minute, which I think will be better. Honestly, a minute might even be too short, but we can change it later. Okay. So, I'm going to bring you over here really quick. Yeah, so the weird thing is, to actually get this to like vent without crashing the entire system, I'm just going to mess with the air ride table until the bump kicks in, which could take 10 seconds or like a minute. I'm just wasting air basically to get it to the compressor to kick on, and then while the compressor is actively pumping and at a good level, I will start venting just to make sure we have enough air. Just a little hack I have to do with this thing in the state that it's in. This is very goofy, but what are you gonna do? We're definitely using some air, so it should be any minute now. This pump should kick on. The woes of a bad air compressor. Any second now. Sorry this is taking so long. I did this before the stream last time. I forgot to do it before the stream this time, so this is what we get. Oh boy. Well, hope you guys are not doing anything better, because it's going to be a little boring for the next minute here as I keep doing this. Any second now, it's got to kick on. What do we got? Yep. Compressors, I think just like the limit switch on this one's messed up, because I think it should just refill a little bit before it actually does. Like, other than that, it's a good compressor. And I don't really have to worry about that unless the system is doing like an unnormal amount of valving operations, which we're about to do, so. I've definitely used up like about a full dial on the gauge. I'm trying to just wait for this thing to kick back on. Jesus. We're getting close, guys. I can feel it. Any second now. I know I've been saying that for 2 minutes, but this is what you get when you tune into a live broadcast. I think it does have an adjustment. I just haven't been able to find it. See if I can move this cart closer so I can still read what you're saying from over here. Yeah, that works. It's a little ridiculous, honestly, that it hasn't kicked back on. I might just go cycle the compressor real quick and see if it kicks on. One moment. Nope. All right. Well, it was worth a shot. Oh. Well, how's everybody's day going so far? Sorry, we've got a little bit of a delay here. I'd just rather do this than have the whole system crash. You know how it is. I can't think of a better way to bleed air out of this, so. There we go. So we've been waiting for. All right. Now, while that is replenishing, I'll flip the light on. I'm going to let it pump up for like 30 or 40 seconds. Okay. That should give you at least some visibility into what's going on. We'll try to get the other camera repositioned for a minute too. Maybe give us just a couple angles here. Okay. Yeah, right. Oh, that's good. I'm glad it's been good. I had one of those not very productive days yesterday. I feel it. All right, I'm going to press the gun vent button. Yay, we didn't crash. The whole system didn't crash. We love to see it. This is so silly, but I have to hold this cap on because it vents really weirdly, probably not correctly. My O-ring just got pushed out a little bit. There's just a lot of air that wants to rush in there. I'm pretty sure the cap is not supposed to just like fly off. I think there's something wrong. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. I gotta get my special tools, which, okay, there they are. All right. And then I need to grab some foil. This roll's really messed up. What the heck? And you know what? We're going to get a new roll because this is really, really messed up. It's like did not open very well. All right. This should be good. Okay, I want one piece to cover the Wehnelt, since we're not messing with that today. And then we'll need one piece on standby to cover everything else, and we're done. I'm actually going to take both of these pieces and blow them off with some nitrogen because I think there's some dust on them from the cardboard. Just want to be safe. All right, blow these off real quick. Should be good. Okay. Beautiful. Two very clean pieces. So I'm going to open this cap now. We'll get one piece over this. And I don't know if I'm going to need to pull the entire cap off. I don't think so. But We will see. I'm also realizing now I need a step ladder. So I'm going to gently set this foil over this for a moment. And I'll be back in 30 seconds. Maybe it is. Okay, got a step ladder. Trying to figure out the best place to set it to get up high. I think right there should be okay. Nah, maybe like this. That'll be better. Let me adjust this so you can see what's going on over here. Beautiful. Let's see if anybody said anything while I was gone. No. Cool. Okay. First thing I need is I need to set up some tin foil to set all these things on. Not that. Beautiful. So this will be our work surface. And I'm going to go ahead and blast this off too. Maybe a little more. Okay. All right. So I need the anode polar tool. Very first thing, which is in here. Jesus. All right. This bag is messed up. So of course it is. All right. So I believe the only two tools I'm going to need today. I don't know if I'm going to pull the condenser lens pull pieces or not. I'm leaning towards no. If somebody in chat thinks that would be valuable, let me know. The Michigan Tech, I do have the condenser lens pull piece polar if I need it. The Michigan Tech guide I found on cleaning this thing says to clean everything, which is probably a good idea, but pulling it apart that much does kind of scare me today. So I kind of don't want to. You know, I never even thought about this, but these tools probably need to be pretty clean. And I think they kind of aren't right now. So I might take some time here quickly to clean the tools. Let's see. At least the threads on this look fine, and that's pretty much all that's going to contact it. I'm going to clean this anode tool really quickly. I think just with 100% ethanol, because it's not going in a vacuum. It just needs to be clean. Maybe even just with Windex and acetone, because there's just a bunch of grime in there that I don't think we want putting back on our anode. So, okay, I'm gonna get some paper towel. I can do this Windex rinse. I'm going to use this little work surface as our Windexing station. Here, we'll swap this camera to main view for a sec. There we go. Okay. Where did I put my tool? How did I lose that? Oh, we lost the anode polar somehow. Let me find where the hell I set that. What the heck? Oh, it's right in front of me. Okay, this is going great. Toothbrush or wire brush? That's a good idea. I don't have either of those things. I mean, I have a toothbrush at home, obviously. I need to see. We'll focus on the anode first. And while I clean this, we'll think about that. Just gonna get this all gooped up with Windex and rinse it with some DI water. And maybe repeat a few times. And then I'm gonna blow her off with nitrogen. Pretty much dry. I'll let it air dry for a minute here. The liner tube, I think I'm just going to blow off, or the liner tube remover, I think I'm just going to blow off really well. Sorry, that's probably really loud. I should have thought about that. Sorry if I'm deafening anybody. Just know I'm deafening myself too. Okay. I mean, I think that's going to be fine. It doesn't look incredibly dirty or anything. There was just some dust on the anode puller. All right. So now, let me reposition cameras. Well, not quite like that. That's my intention. Oh boy. Okay. Our camera just died, I think, so let me fix this. That was brutal. Yeah, right? Okay, I gotta restart this camera because it really got a little cooked there. Ooh. All right, 1 second, guys. Just waiting on this camera to come back. I think it overheated. Also, probably dropping it off the table didn't help. Okay. Did I literally kill this camera? Okay, give me just a minute. I'm gonna let this cool down because it is really hot. And that's actually gonna, we're gonna go dark for just a second because I'm gonna pull the battery out of this one because I think this one's probably gonna overheat too at some point. Which means it's gonna need restarted. Oh, it already doesn't have a battery. Nice. That makes things easier. All right, let me try to get this camera up one more time. Otherwise, we'll just give it a little bit. Yeah, that thing is it's toasted. We're gonna switch to one camera for a little bit while that cools down. So, I think this camera is still probably in the best place for seeing what's going on. Let's hope. So, I grab my anode puller. This guy. And get up here. All right. Kind of try to use this camera to show you what's happening. We'll pull our foil off. We'll admire our very, very dirty chamber. Then I slide this in here, snap it around the anode, and pull up. Oh my God. Well, we got it off, but the anode definitely just fell. So I'm going to carefully grab that. Jeez, should be okay. So there's our anode. Looks pretty dirty. I'm going to get down and set it where it needs to go. Then we'll pull the liner. That was the non-ideal anode removal. But it didn't really fall that hard or anything. I'm not too worried. There's our anode. Now I need this tool, and this should screw on to the column liner and let me pull it up. But I'm going to set you guys down for that because I'm going to try to concentrate on that step. Let's make sure the camera still looks good. I'm going to move these notes. Whoops, wrong thing. I'm going to move these notes out of the way a little bit more for a minute. Yeah. All righty. It feels like it's not really threading. Let's see. I don't know. A little sussed out about that. Like it's threaded, kind of, but it's like wiggly, and I can still rotate. I'm gonna just try to pull up, I guess. I feel like that's taking way too much force. Nope, never mind. It popped out pretty easy. Okay. We got our liner tube out. Let me put this cover back on. All right, and I'll show you what's going on. I just took a little more force than I thought I was going to. It scared me a little bit, but it was fine. Okay, let me move you over here real quick. Get this other camera out of the way. So this is our liner tube. This is what the electron beam actually moves through after it comes down the electron gun. It's covered in grease right now. It's just see, the guide from Michigan Tech says to grease this outer part of the liner tube. There's a lot of grease on there. I don't know how whoever greased that did not grease it, how do you say, conservatively. Did a very liberal greasing with this. Okay, so now I have these two caps. So we need to ultrasonic, we need to metal polish all of these optical surfaces. Okay, and then we need to clean the inside of the tube. And we also need to, well, that's it. That's just it. Sorry. So we're gonna get all these things cleaned up. So the first thing I'm gonna do, geez, I don't want to touch. I'm not gonna touch the anode again because there's so much grease on this. I'm gonna do the liner tube first. So I disassemble this. Let me set this down. Actually, I'll get my other camera working again, and then we'll move on. Because it would be nice to have two cameras right about now. We'll at least move this one to a better spot. Yeah. Let me try to get my other camera on. Maybe? Nope. All right, we'll just give it a minute. It's definitely still not working. What are you gonna do? It wouldn't be a live stream if we didn't have some kind of strange issue. Okay, I'm gonna switch. No, I'm not gonna switch gloves yet. We're gonna pull apart this liner tube. So I'm gonna unscrew this surface here. Unscrew this aperture. Okay. So now we have both of our apertures off, and we just have, I think those are apertures. And then we just have a straight, clear liner tube. That's what the electron beam moves through. So I'm going to just start Let's see, I have these dowels that I got to polish the inside. Thank God they are just long enough. So I'm going to start with this and getting this all cleaned up and free of grease because I don't even want to touch the anode with these gloves until this is a little cleaner. But let's go ahead, shuffle some things around on the screen real quick. Put that back. I'm going to try one more time on this camera. I'm not giving up hope on it yet. But I might give up hope on it. We'll see. Yeah, I'll be right back. Nah, whatever. I was going to try to find another GoPro. But I'm going to say never mind. We're just going to deal with the view we've got. I can probably bring this in even a little closer so it's like a bit more zoomed. People can see what's going on. Yeah, I think that's even better. We're going to be at this table for a while anyways. I'm going to move over here and quickly make sure that foil is really well seated around the column because we don't want any dust getting in there. Okay, so what's next? We remove the anode. We remove the liner tube, unscrewed both caps, and we set on clean foil. It's worth noting the foil is no longer clean because there's oil all over it now from this. But that's fine. So now we need to metal polish all of our optical surfaces. I don't know how, but I left the metal polish in my cabinet over here, so let me go get that. I'm just kind of concerned about how much grease is on this tube, so I feel like maybe even before I polish it, I will just give it a couple wipe downs with like a lint-free cloth. Should I? Oh, okay, there they are. All right. So I'm just gonna get this thing a little less. Whoever oiled this, I think, put too much lube on it because it's frickin'. It's slippery almost. All right, that at least makes me feel like it's good enough to get polishing. I'm not going to be spreading oil around everywhere, at least. Can you stop rolling? Oh my god. I don't need to worry about those. I'm going to switch gloves now that I've got most of the oil off too. I don't feel like these look all that dirty, I'm not gonna lie. I'm hoping there was a piece of dust in the liner tube because yeah, easy to spread, hard to remove. Very true. I put too much on an O-ring when I was fixing part of the SEM, and it was like would not stop coming off. I was like, how is this even possible? But I'm not gonna lie, these actually don't look that horribly dirty. Like compared to the chamber, the electron gun chamber, which looks horrible, these look okay, I think. That's my noob opinion. So I gotta dry my hands off to switch gloves. There we go. Come on. We need a glove switch timer or a counter. A glove switch counter for this stream. I feel like I burn through half a box of gloves every time I do one of these. Okay. Fresh gloves. I'm gonna just start metal polishing this shit because I don't see a reason to do anything else. I'm not gonna try. I'm gonna try to avoid the threads and just polish the optical surfaces and the inside of the tube. Now I know I'm gonna incidentally get some metal polish on the inside of this or on the threads in here because, well, there's not really gonna be a good way to avoid it, I don't think. But yeah. So let me get. I think I'm going to do this kind of like I did it last time. I'm going to start with the optical surfaces here. So I'm going to get a lens-free cloth. I'm going to just take the smallest possible dab of metal polish that I can get on it. All right. Just a tiny little dab. Right. And then I'm just going to start cleaning these. So I'm going to make sure you guys get a good view of what's going on. That almost feels like way too much. I'm going to start with a larger surface. Yeah, that makes me feel more comfortable. Okay, and we definitely got polish in that hole. I'm going to probably have to use Q-tips to start getting that out. That's definitely... It's cleaning it. It almost feels abrasive. I don't know that I like that. I mean, I guess metal polish is literally supposed to be abrasive, but I don't know. That's maybe there's just a lot of contamination on it. Yeesh. All right. I'm gonna twiddle this up into a tiny little thread here, so I can stick it down that aperture. Okay. There we go. I'm cleaning the inner surface of that ring. This is going to need a lot of cleaning. I can already tell. We're getting closer to a mirror finish. Again, it just looks like it's scratching the surface. Either that or the surface was already scratched, and we're revealing scratches now. But I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, you're probably right. I think it is just material coming off. Let's compare it to the other surface. So yeah, I think it was really discolored. This is the one I haven't cleaned yet, and this is the one I've halfway cleaned. You can kind of see those scratches, but yeah, I don't think I'm causing those. I think you're right. I think it's just deposits coming off. Okay, I'm gonna hit the inside of this optical surface too. So this is just gonna be the next like 30 minutes of this stream is just gonna be polishing. So if anybody has any fun anecdotes, you know, now's the time. Yeah. It might be even too much polish. It's really hard to tell with these small parts. The Wehnelt, it was like, yeah, that's enough. That's a good amount of polish because it's a big ass thing, but this is way smaller. Okay. Stick this down in here. Put some pressure on that. Doing something. I don't think I got the polish all the way up there. I might try to use a Q-tip for this. I feel like a Q-tip head might just fit down there. It would leave behind more lint, but I'm going to be cleaning the shit out of these afterwards anyways, so that part's kind of inconsequential to me at this exact moment. Alright, let me just try this a little bit more. Okay, I definitely got all the way to the optical surface. So yeah, we just want all the gunk off this stuff. There's a lot of gunk inside this machine. For a machine that should be very gunk free. Okay. I'm just going to keep doing this for a minute. Okay, I feel like we definitely did something. I see a little ring of dirt where the aperture is. We definitely cleaned that up a little bit. I'm going to switch cloths because I think this cloth's about at its limit here. And we'll attack the top again. Yeah, this is lens cleaning tissue, so like yeah, you're right. There's no way the tissue's abrading it. but yeah. All right. I feel like this camera angle is not as good as it could be. Let me mess with this for a sec. That might even be worse. What have I done? All right, let's see. Okay, we'll this thing will not rotate. 1 second. There we go. Okay. It's so hard to orient a camera while you're looking at the feed because everything's mirrored. Okay. Let's keep attacking this. That's looking better and better. Yeah, those scratches are always just in the last direction I wipe, so they're not scratches. They're just deposits of probably polish that I just am not getting all the way off. But it's like, I'm still definitely getting gunk back when I rub on it, so. But I don't know at what point that's just the copper. All right. Sorry, this is it's going to be a boring stream today. We're just going to be cleaning a lot of stuff. I'm going to switch gloves again because I got an obscene amount of metal polish. Nah, actually I'm not. I'm just going to rub it away. There's no reason to be that cleanly at this step, I don't think, actually. But I am going to get another cloth. Probably going to blow through half a pack of these today. Alright. Just getting the inside of the aperture again. You can see that cloth's running all the way through there. Alright, I'm liking that more and more, but it's definitely still not close to cleaned. I'm still seeing metal polish in there visually, which is not what you want to see. I think I'm just going to keep attacking this. In fact, I might pull up a chair. I don't think there's a reason for me to be standing for this section. All right, yeah, that's a little better. All right, I'm just kind of like really grinding against the edges with this cloth to try to get all this polish out. I think I have at this point. I think that I'm almost good to call that polished, but I'm going to do one more run just to be safe because I don't want to pull this apart again unless I have to. So I'm going to get a little more polish on the cloth. That's a little too much. Bad problem with that today. Wipe some of that off. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure there's not like polish on my hands before I touch the threads. I mean, we're going to ultrasonic it, so again, it doesn't matter that much, but it's still going to be something I want to try to reduce. Yeah, I think I need a Q-tip for the very end of this because I think that's just going to give us a better better polish down this tube. Because I have to really compress this cloth in there to get it to actually fill the full volume of the tube. So I just have compression on there, and I'm just rotating this piece to clean it out. Oh, my glove just tore. Give me a second. I do not want to touch that, so. I don't know how the hell that happened. Let me dry this hand off. Take my watch off too. All right. Tear free. I don't even know how that tore. There was like barely any force applied to that at all. Yeah, that's still dirty. That tube is leaving a lot of residue behind. I'm going to try a cotton swab really quickly. Yeah, I think that's going to fit nicely. All right, I'm just going to get some metal polish on this bad boy. Okay. I'm going to stick it down in there. It's going to... That still feels like a lot of polish. I'm going to wipe a little of that polish away. Yeah, I think that's better. I don't want like a bunch of goop in there, you know? Oh yeah, it's the perfect tool to clean that. Look at that. Just goes right in. And now I can twist this stick instead of a bunch of paper. Which, wow, that is a lot easier. Should have been using Q-tips this whole time. All right, I'm just gonna kind of rotate and press against the walls as I rub to try to get it all good and cleaned out. Oh my goodness. Look at that. See that? Look at that. Damn. That was dirty in there. Ostensibly. Like, I feel like I gotta switch Q-tips after that. Damn. All right. In fact, I'm going to. Because, wow. Wow. All right, I'm gonna do one more run of polish in there, just a dab. I'm gonna keep adding polish until it stops coming back out completely black, I think is my strategy at this moment. Oh, that's looking better for sure. Definitely, it's like, this feels like cleaning out your ear a little bit, you know? You just gotta keep putting the Q-tip in there till it comes back out clean. And wow, is it still dirty. Crazy. Okay, I'm actually really excited about these Q-tips to clean the liner tube now. I think these will work perfectly. The good thing we had these. Before the stream today, I had to text my coworker. I was like, I think I'm missing a bunch of stuff I need for my stream today. She very kindly informed me where these dowels are. So if you're watching, Bree, thank you, because couldn't have done it without you. Okay, I'm going to open another pack of these, I guess. Keep going. I can now tell that this is going to be most of my afternoon. I'm like kind of nervous with how long I have the gun open, but I guess it doesn't matter. I got my WDS crystals all safely tucked away in the specimen chamber. I put way too much polish on that by like a large order. Okay, here we go. This is just crazy to me how many times it's come out completely covered in shit. It is pretty satisfying. You're not lying. It kind of blows my mind that this aperture is what the freaking 40K beam passes through. 40 kilovolt beam. There's lightning inside this tube sometimes. It's kind of crazy to think about. These are just so dirty. It's like we're like 3 repetitions in with this now, and it's still coming back just black. So I'm gonna continue to clean with a black one for a minute and just really try to knock free most of the particulates, and then we'll continue onwards. We're gonna have to do a column alignment again after this, so I guess I'm gonna get good at column alignment. But I have the tools this time. I found the tools, so it should be much less sketchy. Okay. Wow. Just wow. That's so bad. It looks just so bad. I mean, this looks good. This looks bad. Can't believe it was that dirty. Okay. Let's try another fresh Q-tip. I mean, this was the dirtiest one yet. This is the one I just did. What the heck? Oh, boy. All right. I feel like I gotta hire like a live band or something for these streams to keep these parts entertaining. Just something to do while you watch a dude polish metal parts for 3 hours. That still feels like too much. Okay. All right. I have low hopes that this is going to come back any cleaner. I think this might just be like a repeat it 5 to 10 times sort of deal. I think the cotton heads just pull off as much dirt as they can and then just start spreading it around. Oh my god. Yep, it's still very dirty. Crazy. It's insane how dirty it is. Like, this is the blackest one yet still. I wonder if we cut through like a thin layer of deposit that was oh, okay, it might come off black even when we're clean. Okay, that's good to know. Because I feel like we have to be pretty clean in there at this point. I will give it one more pass. Yeah, maybe it's just like oxidizing or something, or having a reaction with the metal. And okay, yeah, it seems like it's been blacker every time, which kind of would make sense to me, I guess. You can literally see the imprint of the aperture there. But I think we're getting pretty clean. I'm going to give this thing one more pass with a clean Q-tip. Let's see what the clean Q-tip looks like when it comes out. Even the clean Q-tip, we're still getting some black, so I don't know. We'll just keep experimenting. I'm glad it's cathartic. A carbide grinding bit? Oh my gosh. That's crazy. Just to get through the deposits? Wow. It is really shiny inside, but I think it could be shinier, TBH. I'm going to do one more rod with polish. In fact, this one's kind of still clean enough. I'm just going to dab some polish onto this. And then I'm going to do one more round to clean this out on the inside, and then I'll hit the outside again, and we'll call this cap good. That's too much polish. That's still too much polish. All right. Rinse with ethanol or Windex. Yeah, I have the. After we get these all polished, I'm gonna spray them all with Windex, and then we're gonna dump them into the Mr. Clean tubs. This is weird, but I'm gonna take this glove off because I'm only touching dowel rods with it, and it's really hard to rotate that stick with a glove on. So just be careful what we touch. Yeah, this feels a lot easier. All right. I gotta really like make sure I've scrubbed at the inside. I've hit the bottom and the top really well, but I'm gonna do a good pass in the middle here, make sure it's pretty clean. Wow. I don't know. I think this is a film because it looks like less rainbowy every time I pull this out, I think. Like that's looking pretty good. I'm not sure if the camera is going to be able to looking pretty good in there compared to how it did. Let's see if we can compare to this. This is even smaller, but you can see this is the uncleaned one, and there's a lot of little black deposits in there. But this one's getting close to a mirror finish, which is what we want. I'm going to go ahead and switch swabs again. I'm going to switch back to a clean swab. Just get this inside really cleaned up because I want to say it's good, but I just want to make sure we get all the polish out as good as we can. I mean, obviously, we're not going to get all the polish out. That's what the rest of the wash is for. Peter, if I come to the UA, will you take me on a ride on a steam engine? Oh, wow, that's shiny. That looks fantastic, actually. I now see what I should be aiming for with the top surface. And we are definitely not there yet. It might be the shiniest thing I've ever seen. Okay, I gotta hit the top now. I'm actually gonna get a cotton swab because I feel like cotton's just doing a much better job than the cleaning tissue was. I'm gonna break out my pack of fancy smancy specialty shaped cotton swabs. Okay, hell yeah. I'm gonna make a trip to the UK then. We can ride trains. Alright. We'll get that guy. We'll get this guy. Got a couple of these guys. Various shapes and sizes for different surfaces. Okay. I'm gonna start by just doing the same thing on the outside, because again, I think I really didn't hit the, seeing how shiny the inside is now, I see what my goal is on the outside. So I'm gonna dab some of this off. Wow. A lot of black deposit on that still. Definitely. I mean, I actually do think it is the metal polish. I think you're right, but I see some green in that black, which makes me think there's also some copper in there or something. I feel like I need to get my other camera going so you guys can get a better scrubbing view. Let me try to fix that really quick because I need to change gloves anyways. Just have too much polish on them at this point. Try this other camera one more time. Actually, I have an idea. I think I'll be able to get this working. Give me one moment. Okay, I think we might have saved it. Oh, let's see. 1 second. Yo. Sorry for the immediate up close face shot there. All right, let's get this adjusted. I think like yeah, something like this. Something kind of like this. And then we'll get this kind of moved more like this. Yeah. Okay, and then I'll get this moved up to like a second. I think that's a good setup. Yeah, I like that. Oh, wait a second. I just realized. Oh no, we're good. We're good. I'm tripping. All right. Okay, that looks all fine and dandy and great. I'm gonna put more gloves back on, and we will continue. Okay, keeping on, keeping on. Yeah, that's getting shinier and shinier. We're getting close to a mirror finish on that too. I think we've polished it enough. I think I need to keep buffing it with cotton. I mean, it feels wrong. Like honestly, it feels really wrong just using a regular Q-tip for all of this. But you know, I think it's fine just as long as we clean the lint off really well. I'm gonna move this camera even one more time. I'm getting crazy with this, I know, but I just want you guys to have a good up close view. Sue me. Eh. Oh, well, maybe not that up close. You definitely don't want the camera to fall into this stuff. Okay, good enough. Except that I just touched my face with this glove. Not with the finger I picked that up with, though. I realized, like, in slow motion that that's what I just did. Yeah, we're definitely used, like, 7 gloves already, because I just broke that one putting it on. Glove companies, please sponsor me. Mr. Clean, please sponsor me. Windex too, you know? I'll take any of the above sponsorships. I already call out Mr. Clean like 100 times in this stream. We're using Med Pride medical examination nitrile gloves. So if anybody from Med Pride is watching this and wants to send me money, feel free. Now, this is looking better. I'm gonna hit this. We're gonna run the old 1-2 on it again. I'm gonna get one of my bigger pads here and do one more round of polish on the top. All right. Looking pretty good. I think you're right. It's just going to come off black. Because there's no way there's still a film on that surface. What the heck? Oh, left a fragmented cloth behind. Well, yeah, we're gonna make sure we clean all that up really well after this. Sorry, I got some polish into the aperture here. So just trying to get that back out. Keep polishing this surface up. Get it real nice and clean. Yeah, that's getting real close to a mirror finish. Try to see if I can reflect some light off that. Yeah, see that? Maybe. Definitely was not a mirror finish before this, so it's good. Like, it even feels smoother to rub the cotton over it. It's crazy. I definitely am still seeing some microscopic scratches, but I kind of am going to go with those were there before, probably. This is also where the liner tool attaches, so it could have just been over the history of this tool. I'm sure it's gotten bumped a few times. So I ain't too worried about it, unless somebody tells me to be worried about it. I don't know if that's going to happen at this current moment. All right, I'm going to hit the inside again with just some regular cotton. Make sure I've got that tube really nice and cleaned out. Wow. That's definitely shinier. I'm just going to keep hitting this really hard. I know I basically have two of the same camera view right now. I don't know if that's, I don't know what to do with these two cameras at this exact moment, I'm going to be honest. Still getting black residue. I'm just going to keep rubbing this until I'm not getting any black residue back. My box of swabs. I like these swabs because they have this kind of, not abrasive, but like pattern, helps grip. I feel like these are good for this surface for sure. I don't know, man. I feel like this got slightly scratched, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to do about that. Maybe I'm just hallucinating though. Maybe it's just fine. All right, get this tube, one more cotton swab shoved in there. All right, I think this is good. I'm gonna hit it with one or two more swabs because I just feel like there's either a bunch of like surface grease deposits on this or it is scratched. It is definitely scratched, but I feel like it couldn't have been from anything I did. And the hole still looks fine. I don't know. Let's see if you guys can see. See this? Cameras have a bad focus distance. Just trying to get like the light to reflect off of it. Damn. There we go. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't think cotton can damage copper, so at least I think, or brass, whatever these fittings are, I think we're good. The inside looks incredibly clean too. I'm assuming probably matters a little more. Okay. I'm going to set this piece now on its own piece. Actually, I'm going to set it in a cup. We'll rinse it with Windex in a bit. No, I don't know what I'm doing, dude. I am going to set it down here for a minute. I'm going to get another piece of foil to do so. So I can have like a done pile. Okay, I'm going to move this out of the way for now and set it in my done pile after I swab it one more time. Sorry. Just do not trust this. Okay. That's going to be probably as good as it can possibly be. Next. This guy. This has a lot of deposits on the outer rim there, as well as on that surface, and the inside is not at all a mirror finish. So we got to do this all again now. I'm going to start with these swabs because I think these were the best for leverage. We'll do our general pass with these. All right, that's probably enough polish, but I'm going to kind of spread it out a little better. All right, I'm just going to start with a small amount of polish. Get that down in there. I'm going to start with the inside on this one and then move back to the outside. Yeah, definitely doing something. It looks better in there already. I'm going to kind of, avoiding the threads, try to hit the outside of this. Yeah, we need a new cotton swab already, I think. Maybe a little more polish even. It's kind of a cathartic process as far as electron microscopy maintenance goes. It's kind of fun to see how well polished you can get something. I'm kind of wondering if I shouldn't be... Should I be spraying these with the Windex? Like, it doesn't matter if I wait till all these are done to move on to the Windex phase, I wouldn't think. They're just sitting out of atmosphere anyways. Yeah, it's definitely looking better, but nowhere close to a mirror finish yet. Wow. I dropped my box of Q-tips and somehow none of them fell out. That's pretty good. That could have been a disaster in short order. Wow. That is dirty. I'm going to clean up some of these fallen soldiers here. I thought I grabbed enough cotton swabs, and I'm now realizing I definitely did not. All right, I'm going to put a clean one in there now, get all the polish out, and see how it looks. Yeah, just make, okay, cool. So just making sure we keep them wet once we start the next cleaning is the most important part, is what I'm gathering. Wow, that looks shiny on the inside. Beautiful. Yeah, I do think you're right. I think that taking the, I think the black is the polish after it has done its polishing. Because I don't get barely any back, but it still looks amazing when I do this last pass. Okay, now that I've really gotten in there, so to speak, I'm going to switch to the other cotton swabs. Okay. First thing I want to do is hit the top optical surface, or I guess this is the bottom, actually. Again, way too much polish for what we need to do. I think this tube of polish might last me my entire lifetime. In fact, I actually know that it will. Okay, just gonna hit this top surface now. Definitely getting some deposits back. I'm gonna immediately switch to clean cloth and just see what I see. Yeah, I do see some like micro scratches on this already that I think were just already there. Wow. All right. I definitely clogged that aperture up with polish, so now I gotta get that out. I'm sorry if I'm not showing you guys enough what I'm doing. I'm trying my best here. I feel like these camera angles still ain't it. Okay, I'm gonna change these cameras up again. Sorry I'm so indecisive with it. I also need to... It's leaving behind like residue. Give me a second. I need to blow this surface off again and change my gloves once more. All right, that's good. It was just a little dusty. I don't know how that happened, but it was. Okay. Sorry for the brief break there. All right, let's keep going. I'm gonna hit this with... I'm gonna just hit this flat surface a bunch until it's really clean, and then I'll clean the aperture back out. A fun fact for any, I have a lot of people from the scanning electron microscopy Discord that watch this stream, but I also have a lot of friends and family and people that just know about our company watch this stream. So a fun fact for anybody that doesn't work with scanning electron microscopes is they have apertures just like a camera would. I mean, they're blocking the amount of electrons that go through instead of the amount of lights that go through. And this isn't the main aperture. We actually have a adjustable aperture inside the SEM, but... And then I think there's another aperture inside the condenser lens. But yeah, the electron optics, they borrow a lot of principles from regular optics. Kind of fun stuff to learn about. And that's looking pretty damn shiny to me. I'm going to hit it with a couple more passes here, and then we'll get the hole cleaned out. And then we'll move on to our long piece, which I am... not gonna lie, seems hard to clean. But at least we have long threaded or long doweled Q-tips. Wow. Okay, so we definitely still have some polish on the inner surface, but I think I got all the outer stuff off. I'm gonna run it around the edge here. Make sure all this stuff's clean. I'm actually gonna polish where this seats into, just because I actually see some gunk on it, which I don't think we want. Whoa. I think I finally got the right amount of polish on the Q-tip first try. Amazing. Now let's try getting this off on the edge here. Yeah, it's pretty grody. All right, get that cleaned up. I'll be right back. I'm not real quickly. We got a bunch of people coming through, so I'm gonna shut these doors real quick. How's it going, guys? What? Nice. I'm shutting these so you guys can be loud, so. Okay, sorry, I had to shut those doors. Okay. Just gonna keep cleaning. Just gonna keep on cleaning on. All right. Yeah, there's still just a lot of polish left on this surface. We're getting there. It's looking a lot better. You know what? I have one idea. I'm going to change something really quickly here. I think we're going to try to do a camera angle like this. I move some things. Maybe that's a better secondary angle. I think it is. Because now you can kind of see what I'm doing up here. Beautiful. Sorry, guys. I'm not a broadcaster. I'm just trying to share some knowledge. Not even knowledge, share my process of discovery more like, because I don't know shit about this, frankly. I mean, I know enough. We're getting there. It's a journey, just like life. Okay. Yeah, the main thing I need to do is just make sure that, like, this little tiny hole is really hard to get cleaned out. I think I'm going to shift back to the lens cleaning tissue for just a second. All right. And I'm going to just roll up a really tiny thread of it to get it through there. Because I don't think cotton's going to fit down that. All right, that's gonna do the trick. And now we just stick it down in there. So we get some good resistance, beautiful. And then I'm just gonna rotate it around quite a few times. And that should be getting the inside of that fairly clean. Nothing even came back on that. Yeah, it still needs cleaned. I'm gonna try a cotton swab from the other side. Got these kind of fine-ish tip swabs. See if this won't poke through the aperture. It does, beautiful, okay. So you can kind of see it poking through there. That hole's got to be like 100 micrometers. It's a really tiny hole. I'm going to check, make sure I haven't missed any comments recently. No, looks good. Okay. think this piece is like almost what I would call good. I'm just gonna hit this hole a few more times because I'm a little concerned about it. And I'm gonna just hit the outer edge again. I almost want to hit these threads. Like not with metal polish, but I see gunk in the threads, which does not inspire confidence. I'm just gonna hit the threads with some cotton. Can't tell if I got that polish in there. I'm assuming I did. Well, I don't think we can do anything about that, so we'll just hope the ultrasonic gets that out. I kind of want to polish up this outer edge here too, because it's just visibly dirty. I'm going to try to get as little spread on this polish as possible because I don't want to get it near the threads at all. Already failed that mission. It is definitely near the threads. I have a new mission of just being extra careful. Yeah, I have to change my approach here. Okay, I definitely didn't get it on the threads. Definitely did get it near the threads. I'm not going to lie to you. But this should be okay. Just going to use a Q-tip to keep rubbing this down really quick. Guys, I gotta admit, I was so scared to pull this liner tube. When it like started to resist, I was getting a little sketched out. My camera died again? Are you kidding me? After all that? Son of a bitch. Okay, well that's really bad. I just dropped the liner tube, so that has me a little stressed out. Okay, we're gonna move the camera out of the workspace. That's a good idea. I'm really hoping we didn't mess the liner tube up or bend it at all. Definitely just fell onto the ground. Doesn't seem to be bent. And I'm glad that these edges aren't optical surfaces. But holy shit, that is not great. Okay, no cameras above the workspace. We've learned our lesson. At least it wasn't the anode. I don't see any chips. I don't see any dents. Yeah, I think we should be okay. This was probably the part to drop out of the three of them since there are no optical surfaces on it. I'm just slightly concerned it's bent. It's rolling okay. All right. That was not great. Take a breather here and just acclimate to the situation. Jesus. Hey, my streams, you know, try to keep them exciting, if not anything else. You cannot hear me. Peter, can you hear me? I'm not sure. Somebody's saying they can't hear me. But my mic says it's working. Sorry, I'm just polishing here. Okay, so, well, yeah, I was just not talking for a minute. Sorry, I'm reveling in the mistakes that I've made today. Okay, and I was also polishing that up. Okay, let me do something really quick. Okay. Well, that made me really nervous. I don't know, man. I think it's fine. We're not gonna know till we get it back together. It looks pretty good. It feels pretty good. I don't think we dented any of the threads. It is steel, right? So it should be fine. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll move on to that piece. I just touched that extensively and it was covered in Epesian though. So I'm going to switch gloves again because I need to move this to our clean side. And I probably need to hit it one more time with a cloth to make sure I didn't get any Epesian when I'm in the tube dropping confusion. I cannot believe I dropped that liner tube, dude. Well, I technically didn't drop it. My camera fell on it and catapulted it across the entire room. But okay. What a ridiculous thing this is. It's all cleaned pretty well now. I'm going to call this piece done. It's going to get moved to the done pile so I don't drop anything else. Done. Beautiful. Now it's time for our friend, the column liner tube. It's already taken enough abuse today, so try to make this as easy as possible on it. Please don't roll into the anode. What the hell is up with this polish? So I don't know how to avoid getting polish in the threads. I don't know if it's possible, to be honest. I'm trying to see if there's a side where it would go in easier with the without contacting the threads. You know what? I have a crazy idea. I'm gonna throw this cotton swab away. I'm gonna take another cotton swab. I'm going to get the stick, get some polish on the stick. I'm gonna push the polish down in there without touching the threads. Beautiful. Okay. So now there's like a good dollop of polish on the inside of the tube. Throw this away. We got polish in our tube. So now we can start polishing our tube. Okay. Audio still working? Okay. I hope people are able to hear me. And then I'm just gonna start I don't know, just going at it. Rotating and polishing and I got to be careful when I get closer to these threads, so I can't really go too crazy right here, but I'm going to focus mainly on the middle of the tube for this cleaning sesh. The specific, Q-tip, I mean. All right, whoops. That was not how I was expecting that to go. It's definitely got a lot of polish in there still, but I think we're making some progress. And I also think this Q-tip actually goes through fine and only barely touches the threads. Nice. This is almost the perfect tool for this. In fact, I dare say this is the perfect tool to do this. God, I'm scared about how I dropped this thing. It should be fine. Should be fine. I need to go to the other room and get more of these because I apparently underestimated how many I was going to need. I'll be right back. I'm back. And with more cotton swabs than ever. Alrighty. So, allow me to continue. Oh, I'm gonna forget the fact that I dropped this liner tube. Do not tell Adam that I dropped this. You'll be so disappointed in me. This is going to be the longest out of all these three, I think, because it's so hard to tell how polished it is since it's the inside of a tube that I'm just going to need to like overkill it like by a lot, I think. Definitely getting a lot of polish off that still. I can like see grime way down in there. Yeah, one other thing about this liner tube is I don't know how I'm going to ultrasonic clean this because my goal was to put everything into these cups. This is too big to fit in a cup. So I need some kind of plastic tray. I'll have to do this one last after everything else because this is going to need its own time in the ultrasonic cleaner. But if I need to blow off everything and reassemble it, I'm going to have to figure out how to do this at the same time. We will we'll figure it out. Get to that step in about 30 minutes anyway. I'm going to put more metal polish in the tube. How did you discover that liner tubes existed? I am very curious now. Ooh, a Ziploc bag is a really good idea. Oh, I'm gonna switch to Ziploc because I was just gonna do plastic cups, but Ziploc seems much smarter because they're all gonna be filled with Mr. Clean anyways. Okay, so you've dropped your column liner before too. I'm not completely alone here. That makes me feel better. I bet that was nerve-wracking. Did it it was fine, I'm assuming? Okay. I'm going to just keep repeating this process all damn day. Since this already had grease on it, I'm not going to really clean the outside because I mean, the instructions from Michigan Tech say to apply a thin amount of Epezian. I think there's still enough on here from before, so I'm not even going to worry about that. These cotton swabs could stand to be a little fluffier, honestly. I'm going to see if I can spread this cotton out a little. Definitely not contacting all of the walls, which makes this a little difficult. Yeah, right. All right, well, I'm glad we're in the same boat. Hopefully this thing falling 3 feet doesn't matter in the long run. All right, I definitely just got some polish in the threads there. That was an expert move. It's okay, we'll get it out. You got to get polish in a few threads to make an omelet, right? That's the saying? Something like that. Got to break a few liner tubes to make a SEM. Ah, yeah, there you go. The dirt protected it. It's definitely shinier in there. I can just tell. So I'm going to hit it from this end. This is going to be a long process because it's just so hard to tell when it's clean. So I'm just going to overkill it. All right, I'm going to see if I can't get this polish out of these threads. But I might just want to wait till the end for that. All right, we're definitely hitting the threads. I think I've gotten most of the polish out. That makes me feel confident enough that I'm going to be able to just get the polish out of the threads at the end, so I'm going to worry about that then. Let's run this semi-clean Q-tip down here and see how much polish we get off of it. Seriously, that's a clutch idea with the Ziploc bag. I'm going to have to go source our Ziploc bags, but I'm sure we have some. I actually remember having a really hard time finding Ziploc bags like a week ago. Hopefully I can find some. I think that'd be a good move. Yeah, that's definitely getting way closer to a mirror finish on the inside. All right. I'm going to attack the other side for a little bit. Okay. Got that loaded up with polish. Start spreading it around. Sorry, I just realized I got to adjust this camera back now that my other camera died again. Yeah, it's definitely looking good. It's definitely not all the way clean yet. Whoops. But it's definitely getting better and better every time I run a dowel through here. All right, I'm gonna take a little break here just to update some things on the computer. Check out. Oh my, Jesus Christ! These cameras, dude. They're great, but having a wired camera in a setting like this, not amazing. Because I keep dropping shit everywhere. Okay, let's see if I can get this camera to frickin' turn back on again. Nope, this camera's toasted. I'm about to stop using GoPros for these live streams because they just do not work very well. Okay, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go in here. I'm gonna say, get my keyboard real quick. How do I insert? All right, so that's where we're at right now. Just to give a little bit of a visual indication. All right, I've mentally recovered from dropping the liner tube, I think, so we're gonna keep cleaning it. Okay. Rinse and repeat. Testing. Okay, just want to make sure you guys could still hear me. The levels look good though. Yeah, I think my goal with these long sticks is just to get the middle polished really well, and then I'm going to switch back to the thicker Q-tips for the other sections that are closer to the openings. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of this dowel's not spreading stuff around too well. I have an idea. I have a pretty good idea, I think. I'm going to take one of these. We need a cotton tipped applicator counter too. Okay, I'm going to take one of these. I'm going to take a lint-free cloth. Okay. Stop dropping stuff everywhere. Sorry, I was just trying to see if this camera would come back on. It's dead. Okay. I'm going to take one of these. I'm gonna take some of this. I'm gonna wrap this around this. And that should fill out the tube a little better. Yep. And then I'm gonna rotate a lot as I pass all down the tube. We'll push it right out the other end. I think this is a good method to get it real nice, clean. Yeah, it's definitely taking off the remnants of the polish. Oh, until my dowel goes straight through it. All right, I have a new plan actually. We're gonna do this again. I'm gonna double ply it. Okay, and then I'm going to wrap it around. I'm actually gonna add a little bit of metal polish to the outside because I just really want to make sure I've hit every interior surface of that tube. I'm probably going to add a little bit too much polish this time. This could be a bad idea, but that's where we're at. Okay, and now that we have this all ready to go, I'm going to get it in there, and it's definitely going to get some in the threads. My goal is to clean that back out. Oh no, swab pushed through it again. Damn it, I was really hoping that would work. Okay, let me try just adjusting this and folding it over even one more time. See what we can do. No, that's too thick. Okay, well, it was worth a shot. I'll probably use that idea at the end again just to make sure all the polish is out of there, but I just added a bunch more polish to this with this now that I have to work down in there. Okay, it's like it's looking better and better. I'm gonna focus on getting some of the polish out of this tube or out of the threads for a little bit here. Yeah, there was a lot of polish in those threads, Jesus. But they look a lot cleaner now too as a consequence, so I guess I can't complain too much. Oh yeah, these wide tips are almost the best thing for getting the polish out of here. Looking pretty good. Just gonna keep on keeping on. This is one of the more boring streams we've had to do just because of how much cleaning is involved. So if you're still watching, I commend you and your sense of patience. Okay, this is cursed, but I'm gonna push this Q-tip all the way through because it's got a wide head. I'm gonna push it all the way through with a dowel, and I'm gonna do that a couple times. Yeah, that's definitely doing something. Oop. All right. Well, that looks very dust-free. It looks very shiny. I see a spot in there I want to hit really quick and make sure it's not contaminated. Yeah, that's just dust. Just to be expected at this phase. All right, I'm gonna run some clean cotton swabs through here until I just stop seeing all that gunk. We didn't clean this thread out either, which we definitely really need to do. I'm going to clean this thread out on the other side, and then we'll just keep using pure cotton for the rest of this process. Okay. And I've been kind of slow to read comments the last few minutes. I want to make sure nobody said anything. Nope. Sweet. Q. All right, let's see how good we got those threads. Better for sure. One more pass at these threads. Heck, my ethanol bottle just started leaking. I'm like, why do I smell alcohol? All right, one more pass on these threads, and then I'm going to just keep hitting this with cotton. I think it's been polished enough in there. I think there's enough polish in there to knock the rest of the grit out still. But I'm just going to keep getting as much as I can of it back out. It's tough because I feel like, let me see if this reaches halfway. Almost. There's like an inch of the tube that this won't hit this thicker head. So I'm gonna need to make sure I get it really good in the center with that longer swab. Okay, I'm gonna hit that central part a lot, and then we'll move back to the lighter swabs. And then we're gonna call the liner tube good. As long as there's no dust in here and as long as all those deposits are off, I think we're going to be just fine. Golden, even, some might say. I wouldn't say that, but some might. Honestly, I want to be hitting this area, so I'm going to shorten my grip on that. Yep, that definitely got polish out. That's good. As with all of these things, I think it's 1,000% better than it was, even if it's not 100% perfect. All right, I'm gonna do a few more passes with regular cotton, and we'll call this piece good. We'll move it to our done pile, and finally clean the annode. I'm gonna do that thing again where I shove through a wider head tip with this. Okay. Yeah, I'm still getting black back. We're gonna just keep running bare cotton until we don't see any black coming back on it. I'm getting a lot of dust in the threads, but I think that's fine. I'll clean it out in a minute. We're getting there. Less and less. Less and less every swipe. We've used a lot of cotton swabs today. That's all I have to say. Yeah, it's looking really clean. I'm gonna keep doing this for just another minute, a couple more swabs. But I don't see any black coming back on these now for the most part. Damn, yeah, that's clean. Yeah, these inner sections where the thread starts, I've kind of neglected, so I'm gonna hit these really quick. Okay. Beautiful. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do one more big cotton swab, one more long cotton swab, and then we're gonna call this piece good. I'm gonna hit the. Well, I'm gonna get the threads after that too, but now I'm just gonna get this part. Yeah, I'm not seeing any polish come back on this anymore. And same with this for the most part. It's really clean. All right, I'm gonna clean these threads, try to get as much dust off as I can. Those threads are definitely dirty. Still are definitely dirty. I'm gonna hit these threads now until they stop coming back dirty. The Q-tip actually threaded onto this. That's kind of hilarious. And I guess that makes it a good thread cleaner. I'm gonna use a couple more of those to get these threads. Yeah, that looks good now, especially compared to what it looked like the last swab. I do feel I need to keep doing that until I don't get anything back, and we're definitely not there yet. I probably shouldn't blow on that with my mouth. Get dust off. I need to resist the urge to do that. Okay, I think this thread's good. I'm gonna hit it one more time. We'll switch to the other thread. Yeah, it's like 99% clean. I think it's just gonna, well, I'm gonna try one more Q-tip on it. It's already one of my longer streams, and we've just cleaned so far. It's crazy how dirty this stuff gets and how much cleaning it takes to get it back to a good spot, honestly. It's kind of insane. Telling me electrons get stuff this dirty? Not the electrons, but... Okay. I'm not getting any grime back on the threads anymore. I'm going to take one more hard pass here. Yeah, they're pretty clean now. The tube itself is clean. I'm going to take one more run through with a cotton swab in the middle. I think I've knocked some lint down there. We'll move this to our done pile and we will use the bath to get the rest of the lint out. But that is polished. I don't think there's any use in attempting to polish it farther. All right, we're going to call that good. I'm going to move this over to our done pile. I'm going to actually roll the edges of this tinfoil up so things can't roll off of it. What a fascinating idea. Okay. All right, now we just got the anode, which I think honestly should be the easiest part after all that bullshit. So let me grab another Q-tip, some more polish. Okay, we're just gonna get started on this. Let's do a little before shot here. Yep, we're basically just running a particle accelerator in the top half of the tube. Okay, this is just a little before. Very dirty, very, you can see this black ring around the anode hole. And it's got this gold color, which I think it's supposed to have, but we are going to go ahead and polish it up. So, wish me luck. I'm going to polish the inside too. We're going to start with the top. I'm just going to visually check it. Yeah, I already see micro scratches on it, so I'm not gonna worry too much. Before we go too hard on this, I'm going to just one more time, just for the cleaning ASMR people out there, I'm going to try to get this other camera back on for at least a few minutes. These things are garbage, I'm not going to lie. Hello? Are you going to turn on? You're allowed to, if you'd like to. You can turn on. You know what? I'll be right back. I'm gonna ask Cameron here to help me with this. Shit. Okay. Try not to drop everything again. Yo, Cameron. You get a sec? Could you bring me a GoPro that is not broken? We have another Hero 11 Black anywhere. If you find one, just let me know. But no rush. If you don't find one, that's fine too. Or if you're too busy, don't even worry about it. Okay. Maybe we'll have another camera in a minute. Keep on rub-a-dub-dubbing. There's a lot of deposits on this. This is probably going to take quite a few passes with metal polish to get that inner deposit off. It's very thick. I can see it even... I don't even know. It looks like the copper might be burned or the brass might be... I don't know. We'll hit it really hard and just see what happens. think it's just a very thick deposit. It's got to be like micrometers thick. So you can see that little, that darker ring in there. Yeah, I see deposits coming up onto this Q-tip. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a deposit. This is going to take some elbow grease. That's the cheapest type of grease in this whole lab. So I'm always happy if I have to use it. Those deposits are coming up, maybe? Holy shit, is this supposed to be... I think the all this yellow is actually a deposit too, because I'm now seeing silver underneath the yellow. I wonder if this is just a bunch of sputtered tungsten. See that? I don't know if you guys can see, but some of the deposit is broken away now. You can see some silver on the bottom left corner there. So I think I need to keep cleaning, though this has me a little sussed out that I'm messing something up. I can't tell if this is a coating or if it's just how it be. I'm a little scared. I don't know. I'm gonna hit the hole a little bit. Yeah, I think it is just deposit coming up, but that is kind of crazy to me because I feel like this is a coating. I don't know, man. Like there's this gold coating on top. I feel like that's supposed to be there, but it's rubbing away in the center. I might pause and ask the Discord really quickly. I want to make sure I'm really not messing something up. Alright, we're going to consult the Discord here. Unless anybody in chat has ideas. If I mess something up, it's already messed up, so. I'm going to polish the inside while we're waiting on some answers. Because that doesn't have these same problems. All right, I'm just going to hit the inside while we're waiting on the kind people of the SEM community to provide input. I mean, I'm assuming if I messed it up, it's messed up, but I was told to polish this, so I think this has to be sputtered on. Especially because it seems less... No, I don't know, dude. It's too hard to say. I'm sussed out. All right, I'm going to just work on the inside of this for a little bit. In fact, I'm gonna search the Discord myself and try to see if I can find a picture of somebody else's anode to answer my question. Stainless steel. Okay, okay, you're good. That's all I want. That was the only reassurance I wanted. I just get a little sketched out. I like to stop and make sure I'm doing things okay before I mess it up. But that's what I was assuming and hoping, but I appreciate the input, so I'll keep going. We'll make her shine like the day she was born. This SEM is what, 7 years, no, 6 years older than I am. Yeah, that's a lot of deposit. Jeez, dude, crazy. Okay, I'm gonna focus on the inside because it was much easier to clean. I cannot believe the anode is got that much deposit on it. Crazy. Okay, I'm gonna use another cotton pad for this. That would seem to be working well before I got scared. Thanks again for everybody's kind input. I'm gonna leave the Discord open too. Boom. Okay. Get another glob of polish on there. And then just start hitting this thing really hard, I guess. Yeah, okay, we're definitely getting back to somewhat of a shine. Damn, this deposit is thick. That's got to be on the order of like a micron thick, or close to it. Because it is not just simply wiping off. It is wiping off with a, I don't know what to say. It's hard to wipe off, is the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, we're making progress. Look at that. So now we got a silver pocket in the center. There's still some grime in there, but we're making progress. We'll keep doing this. Damn, it's crazy to even think that that could be a deposit. It's so thick, it's so hard to wipe off. But it's definitely like better. All right, I think we need more metal polish for the first time in this entire cleaning process. I think the more polish, the better on this with how thick these deposits are. Now looking forward to cleaning the gun chamber, which I definitely need to do at some point. All right, I'm gonna adjust my camera since this is the last piece and there's not a risk of flinging things onto the floor anymore. Gives us a little bit better of a view, I think. Oh, hey, how's it going? Glad you're back. This is what we've done so far while you were gone. We got a little hole polished out of here. Oh, did you find a GoPro? Oh, that'll work too. Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back downstairs. Thank you. Got another camera. Look at that. Let me plug this thing in real quick. Which camera are we using? This one. Okay. Okay, we got audio back. All right, sick. Sorry about that. I don't know what's up with this. This is an old Mac, and it kind of just, I think, doesn't have enough. The USB bus, I think, just gets overwhelmed when there's a mic and 2 cameras running on it for hours at a time. Yeah, it's like, it's coming up. What I was saying when I was muted is it's coming up, but it takes so much effort to get it scraped up. Like, it's like, I'm putting all I have into this one section just to get that off. It's so surprising to me how much effort it takes to scrape it off. I think these deposits are just really thick, like close to microns. Because yeah, the closer I get to the edge, we're definitely stealing. I don't think it's been cleaned since, if I had to like reasonably guess, 2016 maybe is when the school was last really using. I think that's when that cleaning guide was written roughly. So yeah, it's not been cleaned in a hot while. And obviously, I mean, you've seen the pictures of my chamber. That hasn't been cleaned potentially ever. All right, we finally have a contiguous stretch of silver from the center to the edge there. That's great. So it is coming up. It's just taking, it was such a thick coating, it convinced me it must have been intentional. All right, more polish, here we go. It's getting hot in here. I need to get this lab a little better. We're working on some quotes to get the ventilation redone because this lab was built somewhat as an afterthought. And it gets really hot in here when the SEM runs. It's like probably 83 right now, according to the thermostat on the wall. Yes, it's yeah, it's warm in here. Makes me feel like I'm in the tropics or something, though. You know, it's 16 degrees outside, so I'll take it. I'm gonna see if I can't like POV. You are cleaning an anode. Yeah, that's better. And the camera's not gonna focus. Which kind of makes me want to make that a secondary view. I'd probably have this done already if I had stopped messing with the stream so much. Okay. I'm gonna make this secondary view. Grab this. This the primary view. Move this back over here. Beautiful. Okay. All right. Beautiful. And then we'll just keep scrubbing. Yeah. What an immersive view. I should have a GoPro like just strapped to my head for these streams. POV SEM stream. Yeah, that's getting good. It's getting cleaner and cleaner. It is astounding to me how dirty this was. Legitimately. Like maybe that's where all of my maybe this is where all my issues were coming from. Wow. Okay. It's looking pretty snazzy. I mean, it's not looking good yet, but it's looking way better than it did. I gotta get another Q-tip out. My arm is getting tired from how hard I've had to squeeze at this to get the deposits off. It's crazy. I really should have done a detailed before and after pic of this because it's gonna be quite the before and after. Yeah, it's definitely cutting into it. Wow. Crazy, dude. I cannot believe how thick this was. This is like an inch taller because of that deposit, I swear to God. I've lost half of my anode to cleaning. I like legitimately might need to take a break for the sake of my hands soon. Alright, switch to a clean side. Keep rubbing. It's like 70% off. We're getting there. Sorry about the autofocus on this webcam. I wish it would just focus. Okay, next Q-tip. You know what? I kind of want to use... Right back. I'm going to use an exfoliating cotton round. I think that's going to get us better surface. It's pretty much the same as that Q-tip I was just using, just way bigger. So we're going to keep going, but I think this more surface area is going to help me press on this a little longer without tiring my hands out. And now I can switch between like a polish and a clean part of this too to kind of like alternate. The aperture hole is just completely full of metal polish right now. It's kind of feels wrong. Not aperture, anode hole. Well, I guess it is an aperture. Maybe. Small hole. Is a small hole always an aperture in an optical pathway? I guess it depends on what the hole's doing. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. Wowee. This step sure has taken a long time. We're at what? 2 hours and 41 minutes. Yeah, that, I think I'm well on my way to having a numb finger myself. It's pretty bad. I think I might actually switch hands here. Switch to my non-dominant hand just because I'm getting tired. I believe you about that, using the carbide to cut through a coating now, because damn, I didn't know. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The inside of my sputter coater can get kind of annoying to clean out once I've run it. Or not my sputter coater, my high vac evaporator can get, the walls get like that. But I just got this stuff called Bell Jar Shine that I think will help clean that. It's supposed to. We'll see. It's probably a completely unnecessary product, but it was $10, so. Oh, we're so close. If you had told me 30 minutes ago that this anode's supposed to be bare steel, I would have told you you're crazy. There's no way. But here we are. Ugh, it's so close. There's like these last few stubborn deposits that won't come off. We're still probably 10 minutes away from this actually being clean in any respect. Yeah, right. It's it's much cleaner already. Uh, and the Discord, the pic I posted in Discord was after I'd already been scrubbing it for a few minutes, so this thing was dirty. For those joining us late, this has been a very exciting stream. I mean, not in terms of content. I did drop the column liner tube though, which was exciting to both me and my heart rate. So I don't think we damaged it at all, but that was definitely my least favorite thing I've done today. Oh, that's not a bad idea for the bell jar stuff. I have a question. Where do you throw your so the bell jar produces a lot of oxides and deposits obviously when you run it. Do you have to, where you live, put those in toxic waste? Because I've been saving all of my waste from that just because it doesn't feel like I should be throwing a bunch of silver into the water stream, but it's also like I don't. There's already, silver in nature to some extent. What's what do you guys do? You just throw it in the regular trash? Is that okay? Because I'll do it if that's okay. I just don't know. Guys, I think we got all the deposits off. Look at that. It's so shiny. It can still definitely be better, but we got most of the shit off. So I'll probably take one more pass at the top, one more pass at the inside, and then one more final pass. And then I have to go find Ziploc bags, and then we'll move on to ultrasonicing all this stuff, which should be very fun and interesting. Okay, I'm going to get the inside a little bit. I thought when I first read the sponge, I thought you were about to tell me you used a Scotch-Brite sponge to do the anode, and I was about to. I was questioning that for just a second before I finished reading your message. Okay, where'd my pads go? There they are. Okay. Yeah, I think we did a bit of research into it, and I think that's kind of where we landed with it too. But I put it in a separate trash can until it gets full. Personally, I do that with most things though, just because I want to make sure I'm not doing anything uncouth environmentally. I'm big into ecology myself, so be antithetical if I was also polluting, even in small amounts. Wow, that's so silver. I think this is the first time the steel on this anode has seen the light of day, and probably since the early 2000s. The edges don't really need polished that much because they're pretty clean already. It's mostly just that top portion, which I'm assuming gets electrified. Okay, the top looks really good. We're gonna leave the top until the bottom's mostly clean, and then I'll finish it all off in one pass. I'm gonna add some more polish to this really quick. Oh my god, do not squirt everywhere. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, we have like systems for getting rid of hazardous waste, but I just wonder sometimes, like if you use a paper towel to wipe a bell jar, is that it's like it's not an easy thing to Google. See it. I kind of just got to consult with other labs around here and see what they do, which is what I've been doing so far, but always good to get other opinions. Man, the inside of this is really dirty. I think I need a cotton swab or something, because the pad's not really getting all the way in there. That is insanely clean to me. I gotta post a picture in the Discord just for clout, just to show people that aren't watching how clean it is now. Okay. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, inside definitely still not looking great. Let me find my swabs. Get a little more polish. All right. Get that down in there. We have to make sure we keep our Mr. Clean product placement in the shot so that they decide to sponsor us, so. All right, that's getting better. Ugh. When you buy a SEM, nobody tells you how clean these things have to be. It's so annoying, dude. I joke, of course, but damn, it's kind of crazy. All right. Trying to figure out the best cotton to get down there. Apply good pressure. Got these pointed ones that I think should do a trick. Again, if we have any Mr. Clean or Windex reps watching this, please sponsor us. Damn, this is so dirty. It's so hard to clean. We're going to switch to our friend, the lens cleaning tissue, for a moment. Yeah, I think that'll do the trick. The cotton just couldn't keep enough pressure when I balled it up like this. Damn, it's still dirty. Yeah, there's some tough oxides in there too. They're just not quite as visible. Yep, I'm gonna need to hit that a few more times at least. I'm actually gonna just use this same plug a couple times, because I think it needs a lot more polish. I'm so happy that this part doesn't have threads. This is the first part I've cleaned without threads, and it's just nice to not be thinking, oh, I'm gonna get polish in the threads. It's nice. Okay. Link that out. All right, it's looking pretty dirty in there. I don't know if it's easy to see on the camera, but we gotta get that clean still, because that looks like shit. Let's switch back to a cotton swab for a pass. All right, now I think it's time to get all the polish off. I think we got the inside pretty good. We got the oxide off for sure. I think the rest of the dirt in there is mostly just metal polish. And that hole definitely still needs the gambit run on it. I'm gonna hit that hole really quick while we're thinking about it. Oh, shit. Kind of yank on this from this side too if I can. Nope. All right, we'll try this again. Okay, I got that pulled in there pretty far now. It's definitely filling the volume. I'm just gonna rotate this for a while. Didn't actually take much out. Interesting. I mean, it looks pretty good. All right, I'm gonna keep using this same cloth to get the inside again. Try not to drop our anode, please. Okay. I'm gonna rotate this sucker around for a while. That's looking good. It's not mirror finish in here, but I don't think it will. This metal seems different on the inside. No, it definitely will mirror. I think we just need to polish it more. The more I look at that, the more I think it is not quite polished. I see like a specific ring around the inside here that I think I really need to hit. Because I don't think that cloth is really getting that part. And then once we get that, we can wipe it back out with the cleaning cloth. And I think this little deposit here is mostly what we need to get cleaned out. Yeah, we need more polish on the inside of this too. This piece was so dirty. Like, this definitely hasn't been cleaned in over 10 years. Like, the dude that I bought this from couldn't have even possibly run the microscope for enough hours to deposit all of this stuff onto it. Because he only owned it for a couple years. So I'm sure it hasn't been cleaned since it was at its home at Michigan Tech. I almost wonder if it was Adam's friend that wrote that cleaning guide. Because it told me to use Joy, which isn't Mr. Clean, but it was definitely an experienced SEM tech that wrote that guide. And I'm really wondering if it was Adam's friend that has the other pull pieces for that JEM 400. Those are just sitting on my desk now as a display because I don't know what else to do with them. They're pretty cool. Yeah, I don't even think I would pull the condenser lens pull pieces today because I don't think I have it in me. I want to clean them, and I might at some point if this doesn't fix our issues, but damn, dude, this is a lot of work. It's a lot of pressing very hard on very tiny parts. Oh yeah, it is definitely feeling good. It'll feel better once I have like, I just cannot really get past like 8K magnification and get a good image. And so I think if I don't have time today, which I'm not sure at this point, we're going to do another alignment next week and try to see just how, in its current state, with everything perfectly dialed in, how far can we zoom in? Because I really need to get some research done with this thing, ideally before the end of the month. And I have a university in town. I can probably go use theirs, but I prefer to use the one I have sitting right next to me, if at all possible. I'm going to do some things really quick here. We've gotten a lot of shit on this throughout the day. I'm going to quickly move this to the done tin foil. I'm going to replace this foil, and then we'll keep polishing really quick. But it's just a little grody. I'm literally just going to get a new sheet and set it right on top. Okay, and I'm going to replace my gloves too, because they're covered in metal polish at this point. My mic's still working? Yeah, great. Get some new gloves going. I gotta wait for my hands to dry off for a sec. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, I liked what you said about a whisper of Epision. I think there's still a whisper left on the outside, so I'm not going to mess with it. I'm just going to... Well, actually, the ultrasonic will probably remove that. I'll probably add a whisper to it before I put it back in, because it was kind of hard to pull out. And I wouldn't want it to be even harder in the future. It was hard to pull out as lubed up as it was, which I think was probably too much. What am I doing? Okay, I lost my train of thought. I put this back over here. New gloves, new me. Let's finish cleaning this out. I don't think that's gonna mirrorize. I really don't. It doesn't seem like the kind of metal. I mean, the outside definitely is, but I don't know if they just milled this with a different bit or something, but it's... Alright, I'm lying. It's definitely gonna mirrorize. It just keeps being way dirtier than I think it is. I think once all this dirt's out, it's going to be much better. I see a deposit in here. Let me add some more metal polish. I think we need to get the edges a lot better too. Yeah, definitely. It looks roady. Oh, I did not know it could cold weld. That's crazy. All right, well, we'll definitely add some grease. I need to find my tube of Epision and hope somebody didn't fucking steal it for the 3D printer again. I think it's over here. I'm gonna go get it just because I'm tired of polishing. I'll be right back. We got it. Not that we need it at all yet, but we will in a little bit. Yeah, I can already feel like my fingertips hurt really bad from squeezing on these little tiny dowels for so long. But it's gonna be so worth it. This one fix is gonna get us all the way up to 300,000x. I know it. I mean, not really, but a man can dream. Damn. These are so hard to get these deposits out of. We're getting there. It's definitely pretty close to a mirror finish in there now, which is great. Because I'm really tired of polishing. Yeah, I'm liking this. Let me, I think 1 or 2 more swabs and this thing will be done. I used the wrong kind of swab. I need a fine tip swab. My mic's still working? Yep. Nice. Just checking. That looks great, I think. I mean, it looks way better than it did before. It's pretty much mirror finish in there now. Cool. I'm gonna hit the outside. I just want to do one final pass over this whole thing. I think there's probably still some polish in that hole. I'm gonna run a couple lint-free cloths through it. All right. Fill that up. I'm gonna run it through this way first. That looks really clean. I'm gonna run it through the other way just to be sure. Yeah, I don't see any residue on that. So that is probably as close as we can get it to polished. I'm gonna just hit the top a little bit more because there's a lot of surface area up here. Make sure I've got all the microscopic bits of polish off there. Still see some residue. Oh, I think we missed the slightest bit of the oxide coating. I'm gonna hit this one corner again with a pad. Probably enough polish, honestly. Yeah, that's definitely enough. Probably too much. Just want to hit this corner. All right. Definitely enough polish on there. I don't want to get any of that back near the hole. In fact, I'm just going to clean the hole out again after this just to be sure. I think I got that deposit I was noticing. Yeah. Sure. Okay. Well, now I got to kind of clean this surface up again. Give me a moment. I'm going to get a different pad. All right. The heck? I see some weird. That's got to just be from the polish. Yeah, okay, it was. What's everybody listening to? Any good music? Got any music suggestions from the crowd? Been listening to a lot of 80s Japanese pop recently. I don't know why. Winter in Indiana, just it fits the vibe for some reason. All right. That's looking pretty good. There's a lot of lint on it still. think these pads I was just using are really linty. I'm going to take one more pass with a regular old cotton swab and then with a lint-free cloth, and then we will call the aperture clean. Definitely cleaner than it's been in many, many years. I'm not getting any polish residues back at all. I think we're pretty much golden. All right, I'm going to hit this with one last lint-free cloth, and then we can start the next step after I go find plastic bags. All right, let me get this pulled through. Beautiful. So that side's got to be clean now. No residue there. No residue there. Yeah, we're good. All right. So I'm going to move this over to my done pile. I'm going to take my gloves off for a minute. I'm going to rearrange some cameras really quickly. Ugh. Hello, that's me. Okay. I'm going to, it's kind of weird, but I'm going to crop this video feed really quickly. No, actually I'm not. I'm just going to deal with it. Cool. So I'm going to leave this view up for a minute. I'm going to go into our note. I'm going to adjust a couple things because we're changing from plastic cups to plastic bags. DI water bags. Okay. Sorry, I'm just thinking here. So we can cap our metal polish back up. We're done with the polish. So we can check this off too. How's it going? Chroma. Emoji. Check mark. Okay. So now we need to real good and vigorously spray with Windex. Once we're done with that, I need to keep adding. I need my instructions to be as precise as possible beforehand, or I'm gonna stress myself out and mess something up. Without drying off, put each part into its own plastic bag filled with Mr. Clean. Ultrasonic for 10 minutes. Rinse extremely well. Oh, hey, thanks. Glad you like it. Yeah, it wasn't working last stream, but I got it fixed up this stream. So yeah, I like having the replay there. It's better for people that don't watch it on their computer either, because the live chat replay for some reason only works on YouTube desktop, which feels a little bit silly. Okay, I'm going to leave this room and go find some plastic bags. So set my mic here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Maybe, hopefully, even sooner. I didn't find them yet, but I'm just going to do something really quick. So I don't know how long it's going to take. One bag. In case anybody else. Now, bye for real. I have bad news. I cannot find any Ziploc bags. So I might just run home really quick. Get the. I need to open these doors though. Okay. Oh, drawers, office bottom one, stick. Yeah, that's probably because my mic wasn't on. Thank you for letting me know. I'll put it back on when I get back. Thank you, Bree. We only have 6. It's a problem. But I have some solutions. Let's put my mic back on. So I'm going to do the optical pieces in cups, and I'm going to do the liner tube in a bag. That's what I think I'm going to do. So let me just mentally prepare myself here. So we need to spray everything with a Windex. So I need to make a little Windex wash station. And then as soon as we're done Windexing, we're going to need to... We're going to have the... I'm so glad you popped in, because I was about to run home to get plastic bags legitimately. I mean, I only live a couple minutes from here, but... Okay. So I need to set up a little Windex rinse station, which I think is just going to be like 100 paper towels on this table. I'm going to move some things around to get the camera kind of positioned to a better place for this next phase. I think that looks good. Okay. And then we'll use this little webcam as just a webcam, I guess. So I'm going to fill the stuff up with Mr. Clean now, just so it's like ready to go. So I think I'm going to use this blue Mr. Clean. I mean, I don't know. What do we think, chat? Lemon or fresh? Lemon, I feel like, has got to be closer to scentless than this, which has unstoppables in it, which nobody knows what that is. It doesn't say anywhere on the bottle. It just says it's unstoppable. I assume that means there's some additive in this, but every other bottle had like with different scent or something else. So I think this is kind of the best we're gonna get. Lemon, I'm inclined to do lemon, but I'm like, I don't know. All right, we'll try lemon. I'm kind of scared we don't have enough. Let's see, how many steps do we need it for? Okay, we just ultrasonic for 10 minutes. Okay, we only need it for the ultrasonic. Oh, geez. Well, I'm glad you didn't get wiped out. Man, that's, yikes. Is it snowy over there, too? It's pretty icy and snowy over here on this side of the world. I'm glad you're safe. That would have been very sad. Yeah, I think we're going to do lemon Mr. Clean, because I don't need to fill this stuff very far. So we have 1 cup for the Wehnelt, not Wehnelt, 1 cup for the anode, a cup for each of the optical pieces, and then I'm going to take the anode and kind of slide it in diagonally across the bottom here inside of a bag. So I'm going to I need to get my rinse station set up still. Get some more paper towels. Where did I put them? Oh, they're right here. I decided to open the doors because everybody's gone now, and the temperature's gone from 85 to 79 in just a few minutes. It's quite a lot of heat in here. Our HVAC is supposedly getting fixed soon. Soon. Okay, it was snowy a few days ago. Oh man, well, still, that's scary. I'm glad you're okay. Okay. I think I'm ready to rinse, but I'm gonna get the Mr. Clean cups provisioned here. So we're gonna just pour. Oh geez. Oh yeah, I know that. We live in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and the drivers here, I don't know, in my experience, are bad. So I can relate to that. All right, I'm gonna. Oh man, they weren't kidding about the scent. This is the lemon has already penetrated every surface of my body. I'm gonna fill the tub up with Mr. Clean. Just like get a baseline fill. And then I'm gonna fill each of these cups up to part washing height. Beautiful. Make sure we have enough for our bag. Make sure we have enough to. I think that's gonna be fine. Wow, that smells pretty bad. I mean, good but bad. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. All right, and then we've got our bag ready for our liner tube. Monochroma, I don't know if you were here or not earlier, but we dropped the liner tube, or I dropped it. There's no we, you know. That was my fault. A camera fell onto my desk and knocked the liner tube onto the ground, and we think it's fine. But let's see. Okay, I'm gonna put gloves back on, and we're gonna start the Mr. Clean Cleanathon officially. So exciting. If you had told me a year ago I would have been washing electron optics pieces in Mr. Clean today, I don't know, I probably just would have given you a funny look. Yeah, we did drop it. I think it's going to be fine. It wasn't bent. There was no dents. It fell maybe 3 feet onto concrete. What are you going to do? Can't really do anything about it, except that hope it's fine. But Peter here said that he's done that before, and that it was fine. Right? So, okay. Camera's good. Our bag's there for that piece. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to start one at a time. I'm going to get one more. Actually, I should just be able to. Here are our cleaned pieces. All right. So I'm just going to go one at a time. We're going to find the Windex first. Yeah, definitely. No, it just makes me feel better, you know. Okay, so we're gonna spray. We're not gonna let it get dry. We're gonna dunk them each into their own tubs. I'm gonna do the liner tube last because that's gonna be harder. But these will be easy to just do really quick. All right, these are getting Windexed like you'd never believe. Okay, that's gotta be good. Shake that off a little bit. And drop her into a tub. I'm gonna make sure I keep the optical surface up. And I also need a tool to handle these, which I'm going to worry about once I finish this step. I don't know if you're supposed to be breathing this much Windex in Mr. Clean. I'll be real with you guys. Okay, we got those 3 parts done. I need to take some, I kind of already got this wet, so we're just going to have to move quickly. I'm going to fill this up with some Mr. Clean. That should be good. Put the rest in the tank. I'm not afraid to mix and match Mr. Clean either, you know. If we got to do that, we got to do that. All right, get this real wet. That's so true, yeah. Maybe I just need to, maybe I should be inhaling this. I never thought about it that way. Okay, that has been Windexed thoroughly. Drop this into its Mr. Clean bag. Now everything is Mr. Cleaned, so I can kind of, I'm going to take these cups out really quick, just so I can position them correctly around this liner tube. Put this in there, all right. I'm going to get some of the air out of this bag. Okay. I think we'll have enough room in here for everything. Yeah. Okay, everything's definitely submerged. I need to figure out a tool for handling, but we can kind of chill because it's all submerged now. We're not going to make any films, so I can take a little breather here. I think, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not going to start the ultrasonic cleaner until I'm able to flip those over. And I'm going to switch gloves real quick because I feel like some of the cleaning solution got through these. Okay, tool. Do we think that metal on metal is okay here? Like, should I be using something like this, or should I find like a little plastic rod or something to flip these around with? Oh wait, we got to check off our, whoops. Boom, number 5 is done. Actually, technically that's done too. Okay, forceps. I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna see if I have anything plastic that's grabby. And if not, we're just going to use a wooden dowel. Maybe. No, a wooden dowel is a horrible idea. I take that back. It can't be porous. Oh, what do we got? What do we got? I have a feeling I've only got metal tools. I see an acrylic dowel. You know what? That feels like a good idea. But I do need to get them out still at the end. I'll use the metal tongs, just not on the optical surfaces. And I'll use this acrylic dowel to do the other stuff. Okay, that's a good idea. I'm gonna go do that really quick because I think I definitely did. So I'll be right back. I need to do gone cleaning hands. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll take my mic off so you don't have to hear all the sink noises. Bye. Alright, I'm back. So, I have more options. As handling tools, I now also have 2 plastic forks, which may be locked together as to lift or pry. We got a selection of tools should we need them. I need to clean my workstation up here a bit, and then we can... That's actually a glass rod. I didn't even realize that. Probably better. I'm going to move all of this Mr. Clean and such out of the way for the time being. Get rid of this foil. Okay. Now, got a good work surface here. I'm going to put gloves back on. Okay. Let's move back to checklist. So, we need to ultrasonic it for 10 minutes. We need to extensively rinse it with DI water. And then we need to, without rinsing them off, put them back into DI water. Okay, so actually what I'm going to do now, before we even need it, I'm going to fill all of our bags and cups, well, except for the bag, with DI water, just so it's ready to go. Do you ever just want to drink DI water? Like, it looks so good. It looks like good water right there. Probably shouldn't drink it, but I mean, it's probably fine to an extent. I just don't want it stealing my ions. I also just realized I've added way too much water to each one of those cups, but what are you going to do? Jesus. All right, I'll put some of those in one of the bags, too. That'll be fine. All right, we're going to move these back here. So those are just ready to go in 10 minutes. I'm going to get a bag ready to go. For the water bag. Get our ethanol. Wait, we don't need ethanol. What am I doing? Get our deionized water sprayer ready to go. I'm going to get a bed of paper towels down to intercept all of the water. Somehow keep losing my thing of paper towels. Okie dokie. That should be good enough to catch all the drips. All right. So I'm just going to turn this on for... We don't need any heat. I don't know. Would heat hurt? Oh, actually, I can't even turn this on because I need to get these pieces off of their optical surfaces. It's heavy because they're like bottom. It's tough because they're bottom heavy. All right, that's off of its surface. No way that one just dropped in perfectly off of its surface. All right, we'll leave it like that. Okay. No optical surfaces are touching the plastic. Do we want heat? I don't think it probably matters. I'm going to start without heat. If somebody tells me heat, I'll change it. I'm going to go 10 minutes. Why do I feel like it's barely doing anything? I'm not seeing the classic vibrations that I see with... I definitely hear it. I wonder if this rod is too long. I don't know. Try lifting this out really quick. I don't see much of a difference. All right. It's probably fine. Oh, okay, I see the characteristic vibrations now that I was looking for. It's probably pretty loud. I'll get away from that in just a sec once I move the camera. I'm going to lift this out slightly. We don't have metal on metal, so I don't think I should be that concerned. But I kind of just don't like how that anode's behaving, or the liner. It should be fine. All right. Well, I'm going to set a timer for 10 minutes. Set a timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes starting now.
All right, we can check this step off, I suppose. I'm just trying to make sure these edges aren't... I'm going to prop this here. I just want the liner suspended off the bottom a little, even though it's got plastic in between. That seems good. Sweet. We've been going almost 4 hours. That's a long stream. We don't even have it back together yet. I don't think we're going to be going through alignment today. TBH. All right. Let's go over our steps here. So after we're done with this, without drying anything off, we're going to rinse excessively with DI water. And we're also going to rinse the tool that we use to pull these out, which I think is going to be a fork. We're going to drop these back into their DI water. And then we are going to put those back into ultrasonic for 10 more minutes. And then we're going to rinse them off with DI one more time. And as soon as that's all done, we are going to blow off with nitrogen. See, something's weird to me. Only this cup is actually showing the ultrasonic pattern. You know what I mean? I don't know if they're all actually getting cleaned. I wonder if I should just do these. Well, I don't want to do them one at a time because it'd take me all day, but... Like, I wonder if plastic's taking out too much of the... Nah, it should be fine. I don't know, bro. Yeah, they're definitely all doing it. I think it's just the angle of the light. I'm just tripping. Damn, sorry, I can't get this camera right. There we go. Yeah. No, I know DI is fine. I just wanted to make sure that I wanted to make sure the ultrasonic was like actually doing its job, and it does appear to be. I'm just having a little bit of a Zen moment here, honestly, staring off into space while these clean. Thinking about any other things I need to be thinking about, but I think we're good. Got 4 minutes left. 4 minutes, 50 seconds. That ain't bad. Three minutes. Thanks for sitting around with me. Sorry, it's a little boring. Okay, well that's done. I kind of want to like add 1 more minute to it just for fun. I'm gonna add a step to this because it's a very self-explanatory step, but we're gonna need it. Empty ultrasonic and rinse. Fill with DI water. And I don't know. Okay, I think we have enough to fill it, but I have another bottle if we don't. I'll just use some of the water I've already poured into those cups and accidentally waste it. Okay, I guess it's time to start the next step. So I'm gonna move my camera back around here Make sure I got everything ready to go. And I'm going to do these parts just one at a time to keep things simple. So, I'm trying to think of how I do this. So, I need to rinse excessively with DI water. Rinse the tool as well. All right. I'm going to start with this guy. I'm going to just try to use a plastic fork, cursed as it may be. I think it'll support it okay as I rinse it. Okay, we're rinsing, we're rinsing. In fact, I'm just gonna use my gloves and just switch gloves between every part here, because I don't think I really have a tool that's gonna effectively do what we need to do, and I need to stop my freaking phone alarm from going off too. But it's gonna beep here for a minute, so sorry if you can hear it. Okay. And now I'm gonna rinse my fingers. I'm just kind of trying to make sure there's no Mr. Clean left on my hands and fingers. Just the point of rinsing the tool. I don't know really what else to do. Could always do a couple DI rinses just to make sure. Okay. Now that this is dry, I'm going to toss it into, or not dry, now that it's still wet, I'm going to toss it into a DI water cup. Okay. I'm going to switch gloves. This is probably a really dumb way to do this, but I just don't know. I don't know a better way. So it's what we're doing. I'm going to stop this alarm. Please stop. Oh, yeah, you're so right. Yeah, I should have cleaned my gloves before I touched that. I'm wondering if I should pop this back in the rinse and redo that step. I think I might rinse this while I get all these other parts cleaned up and back into water. I'll do another ultrasonic bath on this one, just to be safe. Wow, that's good to know. Maybe I shouldn't be using plastic tools. I'll try to use the glass rod or honestly, the only thing I really have that would probably work are these, but I don't want to scratch anything. But I'm going to get this back into its container. I'm going to rinse it while we do all the other ones. Okay. I'm going to dump that DI cup too and just get a new one. This needs to go back flat. There we go. All right. So I'm just going to put this back in for 10 minutes and we'll do that part last. Okay. Probably fine. I'm going to go with probably fine. That sounds great to me. I definitely just got Mr. Clean all over these gloves, so I'm going to change gloves again. All right. I'm going to dump this water cup so I don't accidentally reuse it. So I've changed my mind. I'm not going to touch the parts with my hands at all. I'm just going to use the metal tool. Try to avoid this headache a little bit. All right, I'm going to do an ethanol and then a DI wash on my fingertips here just in case. Got ethanol first. All right, I'll DI wash my hands. Okay, those gloves have got to be pretty clean. They got to be. Okay, we got our cup of DI water ready. I'm going to use this time the tweezers to grab this part, but I'm going to clean these off first too. With ethanol and then deionized water. Huh. I think we're clean. We got to be at least as close as we can get at this current juncture. I get my cup ready to go. I'm going to dunk into this cup and grab this guy. Beautiful. Can we see what's going on? Looks like it. All right. So, wait, actually, I'm going to set this back in here for just a second because I realized I need one more thing, and that is just a little bit of ultra clean foil. Kind of used as a place to set something down very well. That's dirty from my hands now. Okay. I'm gonna switch gloves again because I got Mr. Clean on these somehow. Dude, I'm losing it today. All right. We need a gloves counter for sure on this stream. We might even need a boxes of gloves counter. Oh shit, I should not. Okay, it's okay. It wasn't touching. I was like, probably shouldn't leave those metal tongs in there. Okay, let me think about this before I mess it up again. I'm gonna lay the foil out, and then I'm gonna wash my gloves. And then I should actually be ready to do this. Okay, little piece of foil. Clean. Ethanol. DI water. Alright. Clean hands. Let's get a clean tool. Honestly, it just got cleaned and it was just dunked. It's going to dunk straight into Mr. Clean, so I'm just going to do a quick pass on this one. We should be rinsed pretty thoroughly now. Alright. Probably shouldn't have just done that. Alright. It's got to be good. It's got to be good enough. Okay. I'm going to pull this out. Beautiful. I'm going to rinse it with a bunch of DI water. I'm going to quickly set it down. I'm going to rinse the tool, make sure there's no Mr. Clean left on it. I'm going to pick it back up, rinse it again. Okay. And then I'm going to put it into its DI water bath to chill. And we will keep it there till it's ready to go back into ultrasonic. All right. Now rinse and repeat. Did we see any problems with my order? Jesus. Okay. I need to go back. I missed those messages. Let's see. Windex after polish. Okay. Ultrasonic and DI, extensive DI risk. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to spike it, but that's great advice from Adam. Okay, that's great. Well, tell him I said thank you. I don't know if that was in the Discord, but... Okay. I'm assuming if I keep really well washing the tools and just doing this over and over again, I think we got a procedure that's working. So, I'm going to move on to the anode. Okay. So, honestly, I probably need to change gloves again, which is insane, but I think I have to. I probably didn't need to change. Honestly, I probably could have just, I probably could have just, like, cleaned those gloves. I'll do that next time. I feel like the smell of Mr. Clean is never leaving my clothes. Alright, I'm going to get a new piece of fresh foil for setting things down on. This foil is literally just here so I can do the whole rinse the tool off step while this sits somewhere and stays kind of wet. Okay. I don't really like those sounds, but I think it's fine. Damn it. Alright, I just dipped my finger in Mr. Clean. Dude, I'm losing it today. I think I'm just going to really wash that off really well. Okay. Those are clean hands. Let them dry off. I smell no Mr. Clean. Yeah, I did use ethanol. We're good. I don't smell any more Mr. Clean. And that's my... This hand shouldn't be touching anything but the tool anyways, so... Actually, this hand's only going to touch the spray bottle if I'm being real. Okay, I'm going to rinse the tool off again. Okay. Beautiful. Now this one... I'm going to use this plastic fork to flip it over to make it easier to grab. Okay. Reach down in here. Alright, we got the anode. Now we just start rinsing with DI. It's getting rinsed. I'm going to set her down really quick. I'm going to rinse the tools off again. Then I'm going to grab it from a slightly different orientation. Keep rinsing. This looks like factory new compared to how I did before. It's crazy. All right. I would consider that to be a pretty thorough rinse. So I'm going to drop her into her DI container. All right, so now we got 2 parts in DI ready for the ultrasonic. Just need to get the other 2 out of there. I'm going to wash my hands again. Right? So shiny. It's beautiful. Well, first I'm going to get another piece of foil. Ugh. I don't know what I've used today, but I've filled up basically an entire trash can, so definitely been using a lot of stuff. Well, these have too much soap on them. I got to switch gloves. I think I'm just going to have to switch gloves between every part. Okay. So. All right. I feel like I'm stuck in a time loop. Let's do this again. Ethanol. Wow. DI water. Wow. Okay. I need another cup of DI water really quick. Probably means I should wash my hands again after that, unfortunately. All right. Should be about all we need. I way overfilled my first 2 cups for some reason. Okay. All right. Parts ready to go in there. I'm going to just rinse again since I touched a bunch of other stuff. Yep. Okay, so only put the grease on the top part that's a little thicker. Is I guess what I'm hearing on the top part of the tube. I'll reread that before we get to reassembly. Okay, we're almost dry. Taking a while to dry off here. I think it's the DI water. All right, good enough. It'll be dry by the time we grab that part out. So, oh no, I forgot to make a tinfoil boat. All right, well, I have to rinse with ethanol one more time. It'll be our place where we set it down temporarily. We rinse with ethanol one more time. Okay. I'm going to rinse the tools with ethanol and deionize one more time. Okay. Deionized. Cool. Tool is clean. All I need to do is actually grab this stuff now. I'm going to wait for this ethanol to evaporate. I think like half of this is DI again, but still very wet hands, don't want to. It's filled with Mr. Clean. It's gonna be filled with DI water in a bit. The Mr. Clean it's everywhere. I put it in the main basin too, just because I was afraid one of the Ziplocs would get a hole and I would leak water in. So I filled the whole basin with Mr. Clean, even though one of the parts, our other parts were in plastic cups, but we put the liner tube in a Ziploc because it was a little too big for a plastic cup. So just let my fingers dry off, and then I'll do this next one. We're going to have some music. You know, just to be a glove drying beat. All right, it's probably good enough, but again, I shouldn't really be touching it. Anyways, just the tool should be. Yeah. Okay. We got her. Let's rinse it. Set it down real quick. Rinse our tool. Okay. Tool is rinsed. Pick this back up. Keep rinsing this. I hope I didn't let it dry out. I don't think I did. The water doesn't seem to stick to this part very much. All right, then I'll drop it back in. All right, 3 out of 4 parts in DI water. So we're making progress here. The liner tube is going to be its own beast because it's so big. But I'm going to consolidate all this Mr. Clean into one area really quick. Get that out of the way. All right. I'm going to replace these paper towels because they are way too wet. Jeez. Well, hey, it'll at least be clean under there. All right, one moment. Let me get more towels. Big sip. Oh, yeah, it looks good, dude, honestly. Love to drink that. All right, change gloves. Well, actually, before I even change gloves, I'm going to fill a bag with DI water. So we have something ready to put this into. Actually, I am going to change gloves before I do that. All right. Plastic bag, DI water. Let's get this guy full. That should be enough. Yeah, that'll keep it fully submerged. Especially if I keep some upwards pressure on that. Okay, so our bag of water is ready, which is good. I'm gonna rinse my gloves. This bag's tough because it's so big. I'm gonna get my gloves dirty taking that part out. So what I might just do, I might just open it and get it ready to take out now. Then wash / change gloves. Yeah, Jesus. How many times can I change gloves in one stream? I probably could have just done that last step with my fingers if I had not put gloves on beforehand. And with this one, I think we're going to need a big-ass tinfoil boat because I'm not going to be able to hold this very effectively with tweezers. Beautiful. All right. So we'll go there. I think we can rinse off and do that step now. I think we're all ready to go. All right. Ethanol. Okay. Hands are pretty much dry. Let me get some DI water on there. Then once this water dries, we can swap that part over to DI. And then we will get close to putting everything back together. The hell? I rinsed with DI water and my hands look soapy now, which I'm not too thrilled about. If somebody didn't clean out the DI water sprayer, I'm going to murder somebody because that'd be very annoying. I have to see now. I have to see if this has soap in it. Give me a second. Yeah, right? Somebody sponsor me. Somebody needs to. I'm just going to squirt a fair amount of this out and agitate it. And just make sure no bubbles form. Okay, I don't think there is soap. I don't think there's soap in the DI water. I think whatever was happening, it was on my gloves. But I don't understand. Like, look at that. How did that happen? I wonder if there was, like... It makes no sense to me. I did straight ethanol and then DI water, and my hands look soapy. But this DI water is not... It's not soaping up. You know, I don't think there's any soap in there. Huh. I'm going to change gloves, because I'm just kind of... Maybe I got a trace amount of something on these. I don't know, dude. I mean, I'm not going to redo this wash today, so worst case scenario, we just have to do this. Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a release agent or something like that, too. I think I'm just going to stick to an ethanol rinse for the gloves, and we'll use DI water for the parts. Yeah, no, these are powder-free. Actually, they don't say powder-free anywhere, do they? Oh, yeah, they do. Powder-free. So we should be good. I'm just going to use ethanol this time. I think that'll get my fingers clean enough. You know what? I'm not even going to put it past... There could have been some Mr. Clean on the outside of the DI bottle or something. I think that's probably what happened. But I think ethanol will be just fine to make sure these gloves are clean. Especially since I'm not touching the parts directly. All right, let's wash off the tool again. Okay, that's rinsed. All right, so I'm gonna grab the liner tube out of here. Oh, that's really hard to grab with that bag the way it is. Okay, you got it. Spray it down. I'm gonna set it down. I'm gonna rinse these tools again really quick. I'm gonna pick it back up on the other side. I'm gonna kind of rest it on the tin foil just because I don't have a, it's so heavy I don't want to put too much pressure with these forceps. Get it real good on the inside. I might even like cap it down and fill the whole tube up if I can. Got a lot of it at least. Shit. Yeah, well, we definitely don't want it touching the tin foil anymore. So I'm gonna attempt to do all of the rest of this in one grip here. It's fine if it rests on my finger there a little bit. And again, probably the inside's the important part for this anyways. All right, that's good. It's going in its bag, I think. All right, everything is now submerged in DI water. And the Mr. Clean portion of this stream, sponsored by Mr. Clean, is complete. Use this little wastewater cup to dump all this out. All right, let me clean up a little bit, and then we'll move on to the DI water step. Okay, I gotta go dump a bunch of Mr. Clean out. I did not get paid. You know what? Mr. Clean and Windex, they should have been running the stream, but they didn't. Okay. I'm just gonna clean up all this Mr. Clean, and then I'll be back in a minute once I'm done. I gotta go dump this out. So, and rinse it. So I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna take my gloves and mic off here. Make sure this is still submerged. Yeah. Okay. Gloves off. I'm gonna pop this mic off real quick. I'll be back in just a moment. Just gotta go rinse the ultrasonic. Oh man, my mic's almost dead. All right, it should be fine. We should have enough. we back. Got a Mr. Clean. I'm gonna keep cleaning up this real quick. So, okay. Let me consult the ever-present checklist. Okay. All right. Checklist. We did this. We did say check. This too. Check. Did this part too. Check. And we this half done. Okay. Okay. Now we just ultrasonic for 10 more minutes. Shouldn't even need gloves to put that back. Oh. I'm gonna rotate glass dowel. And when I'm blowing them off, I'm wondering, can I be holding them in my hand at that point as long as my gloves are? Because yeah, if I try to use that pressurized nitrogen, it's gonna blow right out of my hand. Gotta get my with it. Off. Dry off a little bit. All right. Alright. Oh, now we wait again. I don't think it died. Let me look. Are we missing messages? Oh. Weird. Oh no, my mic died. Can you hear me still? Yeah, you probably can. My mic didn't die. I thought it was dead. This is gonna die. Probably would have helped if I had this clipped on. Okay, I have another mic. I'm gonna work on getting that connected while we're waiting 10 minutes here. Mess with this dongle for a minute here. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna lose audio for a minute, but this is 10 minutes anyways, so I'll be right back. Okay, wait. Sorry if that was loud. I was trying to figure out which mic was actually connected. Yeah, it is a charger. I'll pop this one on the charger. That's a good idea. For some reason, only one. I have two, so I should just be able to swap between them. But this one was just not working. So I'm gonna lose you guys. I'm gonna go silent while I charge this guy back up. Okay, I think you guys can hear me now. I had to. These mics are really weird and they stopped working. So, I don't know. We got 20% battery left. That just finished like a minute ago. So we're ready to move on. So I need to reorient myself because I've just been messing with mics for the last 10 minutes. Okay, that is done. Check. Okay, so we need to final DI rinse and then blow everything off. And since everything's so contaminant free, I'm probably just going to use my gloves to do that portion after I give them a good rinse. I'm going to just check something with this DI water. Okay, I was just making sure there's no soap in it, just double checking. I'd be surprised if there was any with how much we've been spraying, but I just got paranoid about that. Okay, we're gonna pull out. We're gonna rinse them off with DI water and clean gloves. We are going to. I'm gonna get a piece of tin foil set up to reassemble everything on. I'm not gonna use tools this time, I don't think, because my will be pretty clean. And then I blow everything off with nitrogen, just trying to get all of the live baths. Yeah, right. Blow all of them off with nitrogen. And let me reread some of these comments that were made a little bit ago really quickly. Trying to blow off drops more than just evaporate them. Okay. That's what I wanted to check. When we re-grease, we're only going to grease the outer diameter parts. So rings would contact. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. No, I don't. We're just gonna have to hope it's good. I have a really high. I have a big tank of nitrogen. That's my dust mitigation. I wish it was a clean room. That'd be really helpful. Okay, let me. I want to check something. I'm just gonna put some gloves on, rinse them with DI water, make sure there's no weird soapiness again. I think what was happening before was I had like gotten some Mr. Clean on the ethanol bottle, so every time I touched it, it would. Yeah, I don't know, Martin. I wish I had something better, but if you have any advice, I'm open to it. What the fuck? Okay, I need to test something. I just got soap on this. I'm going to. It's time to see if this is the glove or the sprayer. If it's the sprayer, I'm a little bit upset, but I do think that any soap residue. I mean, I might just have to redo this at some point, but this is. We're gonna have to kind of deal with what we've got today. But I need to check something. I'm gonna pour some DI water directly onto my hand. Okay. Okay, the good news is it's just an agent on the gloves, so we haven't been spraying our parts with soap. The bad news is I'm going to switch to a different type of glove for this last step because I don't want fucking soap on them. We're going to switch to our friend, the polyethylene film glove. Yeah, I'm not going to take the pole piece out today. Have you done the pole piece cleaning on yours? I just didn't feel like disassembling it quite that deeply today. I figured I'd clean this, and if the pole piece needs it, I'll do that next time. But I was thinking about pulling the CLPP today, but I don't feel like it. I would probably be here another 3 hours. Alright. These gloves are not as great for maneuverability, but they should technically be free of anything except polyethylene. And I'm going to rinse them just to double check. Oh, your pole piece and liner's all one thing. Interesting. Okay, no weird residue on these gloves. So we love to see. I'm going to rinse them pretty extensively. I'm not actually going to do that yet because I need to make my work surface still. I'm going to clean this up really quick. Alright. So this will be to catch drips right here. Alright, that's for drips. Remove these. We're going to get another piece of foil for reassembly. So only dry parts, ideally, are going to go onto this foil. Actually, I'm going to move it over to my other desk here. Just because I want to make sure I don't accidentally blast any DI water onto it. Okay, so rebuilt parts will go there. And then I want just a piece to set them down on over here. Okay, so my order of operations, I think, is going to be take a piece out, rinse it with water, blow it off, set it aside, repeat till they're all clean, then I'll switch gloves to reassemble everything. I think we should be pretty good with that order of operations. I'm going to get these tweezers ready, cleaned off again, so I can grab the parts out of there initially. Alright, our tools are pretty clean now. They shouldn't get much dirtier. Oh, what did you say, Martin? Let me reread that. Oh, you just said so a dust speck doesn't get in there. Was there any message before that? Is YouTube chat, like, deleting some of these or something? Oh, I just touched the mouse, son of a bitch. Give me a moment here, since I just touched the mouse. What I might do is, I don't know if this is what you were getting at, Martin, but I might build a little house. I'm going to build a little house out of tin foil to set these in. I think that makes me feel better. It may or may not help at all, but it'll at least be fun. Here, try to show you guys. Well, it's not going to work. Okay, now I have a tinfoil hood. I'm pretty proud of it. So now we got this. We can set these in there. No dust should fall on top of them. So. Yeah, we need to get a laminar flow. I mean, okay, I have a biosafety cabinet over there, which does do like a flow, but it's mostly to prevent contaminants from getting out. So, I don't know. Should I do this over there? I guess I could. Let me go turn it on. Yeah, this might be the move. All right, I'm gonna. Yeah, I know. Chill out, bro. There. I'm gonna move everything over here, I guess, because I think that seems like a good idea. I don't know why it's yelling at me. No, they're not a fume hood. They, I don't think they're filtering the, well, they might be. I need to look this up, actually. We're gonna learn together. This is, I don't mess with the biology stuff too often here. I'm gonna need to change gloves again, but what are you gonna do? Because if I have something that'll work, I'll use it, but I don't know. Let me look this up. Yeah, it's got air filters and laminar airflow, so I think it should be okay. I know they use it to keep, basically as a barrier to keep anything from blowing in or out. There's an airstream that flows down. There's an airstream that flows like down this way and out. So I think if I'm working in there and the filtered air is coming in, there shouldn't be any dust in there, as I think the case. Let me just Google one more thing. Yeah, this pushes a laminar flow downwards, so I think this should be ideal. Let me move everything over there for this last step. Give me a moment. Alright, I think it's working. I mean, probably better than absolutely nothing in any case. So true. Okay, let me think about how I'm going to do this. I think I can just take all these cupped and bagged parts straight over there. I don't even think I need gloves. I'll just go move those in there real quick. I don't know why this alarm is going off. I'm not really worried about it since we're not working with any contaminants right now. It's going to take me maybe 5 or 10 minutes to get everything moved over here. Gotta say, that anode is satisfying to look at. Got so cleaned. Oh, it ate it? Damn. Yeah, I feel like a couple people have sent messages that I feel like should have had messages before that, but then nothing happens. I don't... Like, it's not even in the YouTube chat log, so I don't know what happened. Alright, move. Think about how I'm going to do this. I'm going to need to move this nitrogen cylinder over there, too. Oh, this thing's heavy as hell. Right. What else? What else? We need... I'm going to bring our tinfoil house anyways, because I put so much work into it. Okay. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Cleaning up after this stream might take me longer than the entire stream. Adam's picture? What? I'm confused. Let me see. No, nobody's using this right now, so should be okay. This is not only is it like Adam's picture, the biosafety cabinet in this picture is the exact biosafety cabinet we have. So I think it should be fine. Like, that is literally the exact one. They removed your message about them. What the hell? Weird. But yeah, okay, so I think we should be good to do it in there. I'm so glad we've got that. Okay, I'm just trying to piece together everything I need to do. Let me pull up on my note. So we need to final DI rinse, blow off. We're going to be wearing polyethylene gloves when we do this. Guys, I just realized I'm so thirsty. I'm going to go take a water break. I'll be back in 25 seconds. Okay, we lost our mic, so I had to switch to the webcam. So I'm guessing the audio quality is much worse. I'm going to try to get back to our mic. Give me a minute. Okay, we should be good now. Back to our regular old mic. Beautiful. So we need to bring this cart over there too. So let me move some of this stuff around. Take our main camera here. Oh my god, the camera got tangled in the wheel. Give me a sec. Alright, there we go. I'm gonna ditch this other camera for now since it's useless. What do we say? Yes, it is from the alarm. It won't go off because I have the cabinet wide open right now. There we go. Close that till we're ready to work in it, I suppose is probably a good idea anyways. Okay, alright, we're gonna move the cart over to the other side of the room. That's really weird. It's weird that you guys are having issues sending messages. I'll switch to a different live streaming service if that keeps happening. Let me know. Because that ain't cool. That ain't cool at all. I gotta figure out where the hell to plug this in now. I can steal one of these outlets back here. Should reach, hopefully. Okay. Our live stream cart is plugged back in. Our computer's still on. Yeah, good. That would have been embarrassing. Died right now. Okay, I think I've got everything I need to do on this side of the room now. Our GoPro died. That's so weird. This GoPro just overheated, I think, so give me a minute. We might have to switch back to our other dead GoPro. Yeah, it's overheated. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna try to get at least one functional camera. This one is cool now, so it should hopefully be good to go. Yes. Okay. Alright, let me get the camera set back up. Okay, wow. Alright, beautiful. A little off kilter there. I'm going to go get a light because this cabinet's light is out. One moment, everybody. Have this nice magnetic light that I think should help us out in this situation. Oh, that's not magnetic. Please be magnetic up here. Yes, okay, good. That should help quite nicely. Okay. Gloves. Need to get gloves. Need to make sure the frickin' whole piece doesn't get unsubmerged. Shut up! Oh my god. Okay. Okay, let me get my gloves. We got our gloves, we got our DI water for rinsing. We got our tool we need. Alright, so we're just going to rinse them and blow them off with nitrogen. And I guess I'll blow them off inside the fume hood. So let me make sure this hose can reach from where it's at right now. Yeah, looks good. And then I'm going to, I guess I'll just kind of set this hose beside me so I can access it easily. We're in the home stretch now, which is great because I would love to go home. Alright. Ooh, alright. Gloves on. Rinse them really well. Hopefully not drip of water on my keyboard. I'm going to try to get this kind of as close as we can to the action. I should even be able to move this. Beautiful. Alright, you guys should have a pretty good view now of what's going on. So, okay. These are clean. I'm going to just rinse one more time just for funsies. Okay, so just talking to myself out loud here, but I'm going to be... Well, first thing I want to do actually is clean this tool off too. Stop! I don't know why that balance alarm is going off. I'm going to mute it because I'm not... For our purposes today, I'm not that worried about it. That's something for the bio people to fix. I see air, I'm happy. I don't I don't know why the alarm's going off, but it's definitely doing what it needs to do for me. Okay. I'm gonna let these tools dry off. I'm gonna pluck each part out with a tool, handle it with the glove, blow it off. Do we need to rinse? Yeah, we need to rinse. So I will rinse it in hand with the glove and then blow it off, and then we will set it in our tent of cleanliness, which I'm going to move out of the path of the blower. And I'm also going to set this box of tinfoil on top of it so when we blow a bunch of nitrogen in here, it doesn't mess it up. Okay. I guess there's nothing left to do but just to get started. So I'm going to move my DI sprayer in here. Okay, just rubber pad just fell off. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to set this over here just to catch the water. Cool. That is very true. You know what? You're right. And so did this paper towel. We've gone this far. We shouldn't half-ass it at this point. So we'll do one final. materials swap out and glove change. I'm not even sure that we need the House of Cleanliness in here, because I think we are inside of Mansion of Cleanliness now. So I'm probably just going to put a regular old piece of tinfoil out. Okay, my mic died, so I have to switch to this webcam. How is the audio? Scale of 1 to 10. Is it okay? Is it survivable? If it's pretty bad, I can go figure out how to connect the other mic. Which I will do anyways. But let me just attempt to connect this other microphone really quick. Survivable. Okay, that's good, but I'm going to make one more attempt to see if this mic will actually connect. Oh. Can you shut off? Okay. Alright, we're gonna go with the webcam mic. Sorry guys. Apparently 6 hours or 5 hours of continuous use is the limit of one of these mics. I'm gonna try one more thing. Oh wait. Oh, I think I finally got my other one to connect. Okay, 1 second. This is gonna be great. Wait, we're back? Are we back? Are we back? Sound. Okay. We're good. We're good. I think. Yes. Beautiful. Okay. We got a good mic back again. That's beautiful. Alright. What I was doing when my mic died was I was just getting the nitrogen ready to go. And I was changing gloves for the 15th time. Yeah, that beeper's about to eat it, dude. Okay, so we're pretty much good to go. My hands are still a little wet, but I'm gonna tear this foil right now and get our little clean plate set up. Set this here to weigh it down. Okay. I think we need the DI in here to rinse. Oh, you are kidding me that this camera just overheated. That is crazy. Dude, GoPro cannot sponsor these videos. They are banned. I'm building a slow vendetta against GoPro. We're gonna use the shitty webcam for this view now. Yay! Yeah, on my list this week now is buy new cameras. So, okay, I think this should give us a good enough view. We'll make it big again. Boom, boom. All right, we've downgraded to like 720p, but the point should still, we should still be fine. We're just hitting the I've never tried to stream this long before, so we're discovering some new and interesting limitations. I'm gonna rinse my hands one more. Actually, I just touched a bunch of computer stuff. I'm gonna change gloves one last time. Hopefully the last fucking time of the night, if we could be so lucky. Last time for the last time. So true. Okay. So, I'm going to start with one of the littler pieces. I'm going to pull it out. We're gonna rinse it with DI water, spray it with nitrogen real good, and then we'll set it on our little done pile. Alright, grab this guy first. Our bigger aperture. Alright, I'm gonna switch to my hands now for this. And I'm going to blow it off. Sorry, I probably should have muted my mic before that. Alright, that piece is good. I'm going to mute this alarm again. Alright, I'm going to start with just all of the easier pieces and then I'll move on to the liner tube. Give this guy another good rinse. Alright, looking good. Switch it to my fingers here. Blow it off. You know what? I'm gonna mute my mic really quick. Sorry if I exploded anybody's eardrums with that. Okay, we got 2 done. They seem pretty dry to me. I'm gonna blow my hand off really quick because it's got just a little wet still. Alright. I'm gonna do the anode and then we will move on to the liner tube. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and mute myself to blow this off. Nobody saw that, right? My bad. It should be fine. The nitrogen blew the anode out of my hand. I think I have it tuned up a little too high. But it landed back here on perfectly clean metal. So I just blew it back on. Or blew it back off. I think it's fine. I don't have time to fix it if it's not. So we're going to pretend it's fine. Alright, I'm going to move on to the liner tube now. Okay, got our tube. I'm going to just hold this directly to rinse it. Alright. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm not going to mute my mic this time, I'm sorry. Warning. I'm going to set this down for a sec and really quickly change gloves and keep blowing it off because this glove is too wet. But I think I should be able to do this within 20 seconds. It should be fine. Good enough. Alright, that's dry. So, now we got our dry boys. You know what? You're right. I should have gone with a bare hose there. But what are you gonna do? Again, it's already way better than it was, and I'm not opposed to doing this again if we have to. Alright, I'm gonna silence this damn alarm again. Okay, I'm gonna move our parts back over here. I'm gonna change gloves and we'll reassemble, and then we'll move the cart back over to the other side of the room. I'll let you guys join me for reassembly and pump down, and then I'm gonna go home and eat dinner. Yeah, literally as I was buying that rubber hose, I was like, I don't know if I should be buying a rubber hose right now. That's so true, Martin. I never thought about that. We should just stab it. Okay. I'm gonna reassemble these bad boys. And this looks 1,000% cleaner than it did before. I actually think the alarm was mostly going off because I was affecting the air balance by blasting a bunch of air into here. Okay, that's reassembled. We need to grease this. So I guess I'll do that next. The anode's good to go, so I'm just going to kind of set it back here so I don't get grease on it or anything. Plastic and plastic hoses, that's good to know. Yeah, like there was a metal one and a plastic one, and I'm also using a rubber tube, which was just like what I could find at the hardware store, so you know, we'll get there. But right now it's all rubbery. Alright, let me close this regulator too. Okay, I'm gonna go grab the vacuum grease, and I'm gonna grab my lint-free cloth wherever the hell it ended up. I think it's on this desk somewhere. Yep. These are all the gloves from just this section just now. Yeah, so I'm going to show you what I'm thinking, and you can confirm or deny. Alright, let me get set back down here. I'm going to try to see if I can get this other camera back on again real quick. Nice. Alright, well, for at least 1 minute we will have another camera again. So let me turn it back on. Nice. Okay. So let me show you what I'm thinking. So I'm going to put gloves back on really quick. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, in terms of grease... Wait, what the heck? My webcam died too. I cannot win today. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. Jesus. Alright, I need to change my glove again. No way. Okay, my other camera's dying now. I think this is actually a limitation of this shitty-ass computer. These old Mac Minis just do not do it. Okay, hello, please. Is this broken now? Yeah, okay, apparently we can only have one camera at a time, so whatever. I'm going to move this good camera over here, I guess. I'm about to buy a whole new computer just for this setup. Move this over here. Jesus. Go down. Alright, that's the best I can do right now, I think. Also on the liner tube, don't put grease on the first part that goes in. Yeah, I reread that earlier. I don't know where the O-rings are. I'm not sure about that. But I think I have an idea of where they marry up to. Let me put these gloves back on and I'll show you. So I am assuming I only want grease. You see how that flares up right here? And it also flares up down here slightly? I'm assuming I only want grease on those bits that flare out. And I'm assuming on this end closer to the aperture. So that's what I'm prepared to do here. Get my tube of grease in here. I'm gonna wait for a comment here from the rest of y'all. I'm honestly going to rinse these gloves and comment. Nice. I'm going to rinse these off with ethanol really quick, just because it makes me feel better. I know I already touched the liner, but whatever. Yeah, I think it's a USB 2.0 limitation, I believe. It just seems to be like the USB bus gets overwhelmed. Alright, well, I'm gonna apply the grease how I think it should be applied. I guarantee you, whatever I'm doing, it's way less greasy than it was before. It was like slippery before. Sorry for the noise, I'm just air drying these gloves here. Get the cleaning tissue ready. I still smell some ethanol, so just give me a second. The grease. Give me the deets. What about the grease? I honestly think there's probably still some grease on the outside. A slight amount. Maybe. Maybe not. Small of a film as we can. Yeah, that's what I usually do with my O-rings. No, like, yeah, Peter's right. At the beginning of the stream, it was like you could see the grease on it. Whoever did this last was a greasy boy. That's all I have to say. I'm going to try to get this cloth off here. I like to use lens-free cloth to spread the grease, so I don't get my, or to wipe it off, I mean. So. Alright, so here's, just so you guys can see. I'm going to be applying, literally, that's too much. That much grease. Not even. I'm gonna wipe that down, and now I'm gonna rub that on. I can only see a thin film on my glove, so I figure we gotta be golden. Yeah, that's feeling pretty good. I'm not even seeing it go on. I know it is. Oh my god, with this alarm. Okay. I'm gonna call that good. I'm actually gonna take my other hand that doesn't have grease and just wipe it around a little bit. Make sure the film's not too thick anywhere. A whisper. Alright, I feel good about that. I'm not even going to use the cloth. I think that's just good. Turn this freaking alarm off. Alright, now I'm going to move you guys back over, and we'll reassemble. Okay, I'm going to shut this most of the way. Beautiful. Now, let me unplug this cart. It's going to take me a minute to get you guys moved back to the other side of the room. Ooh, fun side detour thing. I have an ultra-thin beryllium window EDS here. Anybody in chat know how to safely check if that beryllium window is okay? That's my only question right now. I'll ask that in the Discord at some point too, if nobody knows. I don't want to get beryllium poisoning. It's kind of my main deal. That's one fun fact about me, is that I don't like beryllium poisoning. Does it look white and fluffy? Not yet. I mean, I don't know. I haven't looked at it, ever. The guy that I bought it from told me that he checked the window like 5 years ago, and it was fine. But it was in his garage for many years after that. I don't know if it's still dry. I don't know if it's okay at all. Exactly. I don't know how I'm gonna know. Oh yeah. Maybe we should just get... You have a pile of those? That's okay. Well, if mine's dead, maybe I can buy one off you. We'll see. If that's something you're open to. Alright, I'm gonna jack this up as much as I can. Something just fell. Oh, it was my box of tinfoil. Alright. There's not gonna probably be a great view. Yeah, honestly, I just need to get a better X-ray detector. I want to get these 3 WDS boxes fixed too. Oh, I'm forgetting his name. Is his name Peter too? I always forget. It's hard to remember people's actual names in the Discord, but somebody offered me some free crystals on my last stream, or I don't know if they were free, but they offered them to me. So, okay. I'm gonna put my gloves back on. I'm gonna get this step ladder in place. I'm gonna make sure I have all my tools, because I don't see the anode tool anymore. Where the hell I put it? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Make sure I got all my tools ready to go. Okay. I'm gonna go get some gloves. Oh, my gloves are right here. Oh, alright. So I'm going to go into the hood, and I'm going to screw the liner puller tool back onto it under the hood, and then I'm going to come back over here, so I'll be back in a second. And you'll still be able to hear me. I'm also going to blow this tool off with nitrogen again before I do that. It's going to be loud. Headphone user warning. right, we're done. All right. I'm narrating since you can't see, but I am now screwing the liner tube or the liner puller back onto the liner tube. Okay, it's on there. So here we go. Sorry, Mom. It's probably actually one of the... There's things in this lab that could poison me a lot worse. Okay. Now I'm going to very carefully and straightly insert this. Okay, I think it's back on. Remove the liner tube. Yeah, it's in. Okay, now I'm going to go get the anode and push that back on, and we'll be good to go. I don't think I want to use a tool to put that back on. I'm just going to use my hand. Alright, our anode's back in. It's the cleanest thing in that whole chamber now. Alright guys, let's pump her back down, see what happens. Okay, well, it's back together, so that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. I seriously, every time people join my stream, I just feel so grateful that I have so many kind and talented people helping me out. I think my webcam, alright, my camera just died again. Let me switch back to the webcam. It's pretty much all we need at this point anyway. This is we figured out how long we can stream without all of our cameras acting up, so that's fun, I guess. There we go. But no, seriously, every time you guys join, I just feel like the luckiest guy in the world. Because I got so many kind and friendly people helping me. I'm gonna get rid of this now that we don't. We're done. But yeah, right? That threw me off. Okay, it's gonna take a half hour for this thing to pump down. So I don't think I'm gonna test the beam or anything today. I think I'm just gonna let it pump down. I'm probably gonna go home tonight, and then Monday we'll get it all aligned. We'll do the column alignment again. We'll get her all freaking dialed in. But I think 5 hours and 48 minutes, probably an okay time to end a live stream, because I'm tired of talking for the last 5 hours and 48 minutes. So, but seriously, thank you guys so much. I always love doing these. It's a really fun time. It makes these stressful projects a lot less stressful. So I seriously, I go to bed, I'm sleeping, I'm thinking, wow, these are some great guys and gals helping. So thank you so much. I'm going to end the stream for today. Thanks so much for watching. Peter, dude, thanks for sitting with me for almost 6 hours today. I'm glad you didn't get in the car crash. Thanks to everybody, and thanks for all the advice. I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday and a great weekend. Goodbye now. Bye-bye. I'll see you later now. Goodbye. I'm going to press stop. So I'll see you guys all later. I'm glad you guys had fun. Okay. I'm going to let any other messages roll in for like 15 seconds. I'm going to end the stream. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I'm just going to end it now. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye.